And call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, November 9th, 2021, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Curry.
Here.
Present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Present. Alder Foster. Present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Present. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Present. Alder Limmer.
Here.
Present. Vice President Martin. Vice President Martin. Not present. Alder Mayadzi.
Present.
Present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Present. Alder Vidavere.
Present.
Present. Alder Wahilie.
Here.
Present. President Abbas.
Present.
Present. Alder Aboris. Alder Albores. Not present. Alder Binford. Alder Binford.
Present.
Present. Alder Bennett. Alder Bennett. Not
Here.
present. Alder Carter.
Here.
Present.
Present. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Present. And I see Vice President Martin has joined us.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Present. And that's 19 present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. Can we have the meeting instructions, please?
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. City staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the council may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I would like to just start by going over our process tonight and potentially tomorrow and the next night. We will start with public comment on first the capital budget and then the operating budget. When we're through that comment, we'll close those public hearings and be done with public comment. And I just want to be clear, that means that we won't be taking public comment tomorrow night should we recess and reconvene, or the next night. We're going to try and get through public comment tonight. Then we'll take up the capital budget, and then we'll take up the operating budget, and then we'll have to vote on the levy. So again, we may go multiple nights depending on how long first public comment and then it takes to work through the various amendments. I do intend to call for breaks at intervals. So certainly any alder can move a break sooner if you feel like we need one. But I will be keeping my eye on that and not let us go for too long without taking a break. And just remind us of a couple of the rules that you all adopted for yourselves for the budget process. If you are making any amendments from the floor, those really need to be written preferably in the finance format and distributed to myself, the clerk, and your colleagues. It'd also be courteous if you share them with the impacted staff and as soon as possible so they can be ready to answer any potential questions about any amendments from the floor. Also note that the rules state that any proposed amendments have to have at least 2 co-sponsors to be considered. I'll also remind you that tonight, and should we go into tomorrow, your rules, adopted rules, say that we need to recess by midnight unless there's a 2/3 votes to continue past that time. So when we reach midnight, if we do tonight, I'll be asking you whether you wish to continue or recess. Are there any questions on the rules or the order of events? Just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Alder Figueroa Cole?
I have 2 questions. So we're going to the capital first, then the ops budget. So the items that are combined capital and operational budget, do they still take separately?
An excellent question, Alder. My intention at this point is to manage those by tabling. So, for example, there are some capital amendments that if an operating amendment doesn't pass, the capital amendment is unnecessary. So in that case, I would ask that we table the amendment and take it up when we discuss the operating amendment. Similarly, there's some amendments on the operating side. If the capital budget item didn't pass, the operating amendment is irrelevant. So we'll just deal with each of those situations as we come to them. But that my intention would be to ask that we place a few things on the table and then take them up later. Obviously, that's the will of the body. Somebody has to make that motion, and you all have to approve it. But that's how I would suggest proceeding, and we'll see where we get to.
And with regards to the order, and for the original discussions on the finance committee, they were by agency. Are these by then the order that is on the table, the latest table that we received from finance?
Yeah, it's my intention to take them up in the order that they are numbered on the finance table.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions about our process or procedures? Okay. So our first order of business then is to take up public comment. And so give me just a moment to refresh and make sure that I've got the latest on that. And so our first item is the executive capital budget as amended by the Finance Committee. That's Legistar 67001. We'll open a public hearing. First registrant is Tiffany Kenny of District 4, representing Madison Central Business Improvement District, to be followed by Thomas Wilson.
You are unmuted on our end, Tiffany.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm here tonight to support agenda item number 1, capital budget amendment number 15. I'm here on behalf of Madison Central Business Improvement District. I represent the business and property owners downtown. I've attended dozens of BRT meetings. I've read all the reports. I've listened to hundreds of questions and hours of feedback. I've been to more public meetings on BRT than most of you. I thought we would not be discussing BRT and stations again until 2022, but I am relieved that we are. And I am very proud of President Abbas and the co-sponsors for recognizing that this was a critical time to step in to secure the successful implementation of the BRT. Furthermore, the bid supports Alder Revere's substitute amendment that calls for staff to evaluate alternative BRT station locations off State Street in the 300 blocks of West Gorham and West Johnson Streets, and also to present the BRT geometry locations to the appropriate Common Council for approval. And while the conversation about BRT on State Street seems to dominate the media, and it's clear that the downtown stakeholders are not pleased with the process or the results, you'll hear from many of them tonight, there are many more important discussions we need to have about accessibility and equity. No matter where the stations are placed downtown, everyone will be able to get to State Street. It's a narrow isthmus. The BRT should be designed to help people get to work, to places of worship, to school, and to services. The thought that downtown businesses don't want BRT or find bus riders to be unwelcome is not true, and it's offensive. But there is no need to drive the 60-foot rapid transit buses down State Street for 2 blocks. There is no difference in accessibility, equity, or economics when putting stops at State Street and Gorham or Gorham at State Street. When I heard about this amendment, I was worried that delays or debate could hurt the BRT. But we have been assured on many levels that this slight pause, this tap on the brakes, will not stop the BRT from becoming a reality. In fact, pausing to answer one of the 100 plus questions left unanswered at the last public meeting might make the BRT more successful. The BRT plans were presented and approved by unanimous consent with no discussion in 2020. This was the first virtual meeting that the council had held during the pandemic. I would have been there, and other organizations would have registered in opposition had we not thought there was still flexibility in the routes. We were greatly misled. We thought we were working on this together. We thought writing letters of support to the federal government would help secure the funding. We never thought the details were set, and the council has never discussed or reviewed these routes since. And so tonight, if we have 5 seconds of discussion or 5 hours of discussion, it will be more than the Common Council has had before.
And that's time.
And I want to thank you all for your thoughtful consideration to this important project.
Thank you. I just will remind everybody that the council did change their rules. And so the time limit on public hearings is now 3 minutes, not 5 minutes. Our next speaker is Thomas Wilson of District 13, to be followed by Betty Harris Custer.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to implore you to vote no on Capital Budget Amendment 15, which, if passed, would delay, increase the costs of, and jeopardize the implementation of bus rapid transit in Madison. BRT is one of the most important investments in transportation that we will make as we strive to meet our climate, fair access, and livability goals. For the past 3 years, I have had the honor of serving as the chair of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, the body of community members and alders that exists to advise the council on issues pertaining to the city's transportation system. For most of those 3 years, the board has worked with and guided staff in the development and selection of the current BRT mainline route, incorporating input from the public, alders, and consultants, settling on a recommendation that provided the greatest benefit to the whole city, and that has now been approved by the council not once, but twice. Some of you know me. I take my role as the chair of TPPB very seriously and rarely share my opinion, but I felt compelled to speak out tonight after reading the latest round of highly misleading statements published in the past few days. I find it very disheartening that some of the same kind of misinformation tactics that have dominated the national political and media environment the past several years are finding fertile soil in Madison's local politics. The narrative being circulated that the current BRT route was not the will of the council and that it was rammed through without public or alder input isn't just misleading, it's a lie. The current route is a result of an impressive multi-year outreach effort to engage the public through information meetings, input sessions, surveys, TPPB meetings, and ultimately the council meetings at which it was approved. But here we are, an old guard of people who don't like buses have used recent events as an opportunity to dust off a tired old effort to get buses and the folks who use them away from State Street. We should be embracing, promoting, and celebrating transit, continuing to weave it into the fabric of our community by placing it where it will serve people well, be a good option for getting around, and something we take pride in, not hide it away as if we're ashamed of it, limiting its use to folks who have no other option because we've watered down policies that would see it succeed. The vote tonight isn't just about BRT. It's about the soul of Madison, about whether we're serious about serving our residents and visitors in the best way possible, serious about fair access, and serious about our climate goals. I couldn't help but notice that 4 of the 5 sponsors of this amendment are 4 of the 5 alders who voted no on the East Side Men's Homeless Shelter earlier this year for what appears to be the same reason, because a vocal group of property and business owners are uncomfortable with a project that benefits the whole city and will do whatever they can to torpedo or severely limit those projects. Please continue to engage your residents and members of the TTDB and TC on the BRT and network redesign projects. The discussion is ongoing and great things are happening. The council and community have been a part of this process all along, and there's more headed your way in the coming months. Please do the right thing for our city. Don't invalidate all the citizen input that's gone into this. Don't derail this great project when we're so close. Please vote no on Capital Budget Amendment 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Betty Harris Custer of District 10, to be followed by Jason Ilstrup.
Hello, if you can hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Thank you. I'm Betty Harris Custer. As a lifelong resident of Madison, State Street and downtown are particularly important areas of the city to me. I'm a graduate of the former Central High that was located near Upper State Street and later the UW near Lower State Street. I've spent considerable time shopping, eating, watching movies and live shows on all of the street, but especially the top 3 blocks. I've been on the Overture Board for almost 15 years, from the early days that this jewel transformed downtown yet again. And I've seen many transformations in my life. I used to ride the public bus system from my near West Side family home to Central, and I'm thrilled with the idea of BRT coming to our community, and really respect the mayor for getting this process this far. However, I deeply regret the proposal to have bus terminals on State Street, forever changing the possibility of a pure or partial pedestrian mall on the 3 most iconic blocks of the street. Furthermore, as a business owner myself for almost 50 years in the city, I'm appalled that the State Street and downtown stakeholders of businesses and building owners have been treated with little respect for their desire to keep these terminals, if not the buses themselves, off the street. The past 20 months have brought these folks to the doorstep of economic peril, and we should be helping them as they seek to revitalize and reinvent the street. It is most unfortunate that a racial overtone has been injected into these discussions. In spite of what some would have you believe, business owners who are themselves struggling and are diverse in makeup have no desire to keep BRT riders, whoever they are, from their shops, restaurants, and buildings. Overture and AMOCA and Overture resident companies have strong diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that are doing just the opposite of what has been alleged. I do not want to derail BRT, but historical data tells us that that will not be the case. The federal government is understanding of community discussions, and we should not fear what a small delay will do. Civic bodies I respect, such as DMI, the BID, and the Chamber of Commerce, oppose the siting of terminals. Civic leaders I admire, including the 4 other living mayors, George Austin, Mary Lang Solinger, Roberta Gassman, Eve Galanter, and virtually every other person I have talked to in Madison agree that this is not a sound strategy and that we should begin discussions to make an almost universally preferred solution. Had the stakeholders been listened to initially, no delay would be needed, but it's not too late to set the proper course. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Jason Ilstrup of District 4, representing Downtown Madison, Inc., to be followed by Paul Quinn.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jason Ilstrup, president of Downtown Madison, Inc. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'm here on behalf of Downtown Madison, Inc. in speaking in support of substitute amendment to Amendment 15. DMI continues to oppose the proposed routes downtown and the placement of stations on State Street and the Capitol Square. But we certainly appreciate the substitute amendment's attempt to evaluate alternative BR stations off of State Street on the 300 blocks of West Gorman and West Johnson, and then to present these new locations to the committees, commissions, and Common Council for approval. We truly believe that this is the best way to find the best route through downtown. Right now, we feel that the routes that have been proposed have not measured up to what they can be downtown. We have been zealous advocates as an organization for years, writing countless letters on BRT's behalf to federal elected officials, to the FTA, and we continue to be zealous advocates and believe that bus rapid transit is important to downtown. However, we have not heard proof that the current route is what's best for downtown. And we believe that this amendment will slow down the process while still allowing the rest of the work to begin on much of the line throughout the city. But taking time to really understand the options, including the two options on having stations on the 300 blocks of West Gorham and West Johnson, is the right thing to do. And why are we here today? I think it's important to know that many of you have said, well, they've come in very late with their arguments about making sure the buses are not and the stations are not on State Street. However, as Tiffany correctly asserted and Alder Mike Revere has asserted in the past, many of us in the community that represent downtown, including at DMI meetings, understood that we would have a chance to reevaluate portions of the route again in the future. Unfortunately, that has not happened, but this amendment does allow that to happen. I think we should also make sure we discuss the importance of the events of the last 2 years. People's understanding of public space has changed. Take a look at the very successful Streetery program that all of you helped usher in. We now can see what can happen with public space when we don't devote it all to single occupied vehicles. We can think bigger about State Street, Wisconsin's Main Street, and what can happen. We can see more nights like we saw at the Madison Night Market, more nights like we saw at the Mad Lit Festival, if we really evaluate where the buses run down through the downtown. DMI continues to be opposed to those stations on State Street and the routing on State Street. We hope that the substitute amendment gets us closer to finding the best route for BRT, so we have a successful BRT for our entire community. Thank you.
Okay, our next tradition is Paul Quinn of District 4, to be followed by Roberta Gassman.
Good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
First of all, I want to express my gratitude to Tiffany Kennedy and Jason Ilstrup for expressing so succinctly my feelings about what's going on regarding State Street and BRT. I should stress that I'm not presenting myself as a member of any kind of civic organization. I'm simply a resident of downtown. I'm a downtown, this is my neighborhood. I have attended, I think, all of the virtual and the in-person meetings of BRT, whatever the various meetings were called, before and during the pandemic. And I want to stress that the pandemic showed us an alternative path for downtown, which I did not appreciate beforehand. I mean, during the pandemic, that the ambiance of downtown could be so much more enhanced by limiting the noise and the intrusion of buses and other vehicles to people enjoying downtown State Street and Capitol Square. It's interesting to note that when the pandemic was becoming less serious and we began to open up, I noticed that I couldn't find a place downtown where I could enjoy conversing with other people during the morning without being intruded upon by, again, this incredible motorized interference of noise and exhaust, etc. And I went on the neighborhood website and asked if anybody else could provide me with a location where one could have a cup of coffee in the morning without being so upset. And the answer is no. There was no place in downtown that could happen. And my point is that downtown is changing. State Street in the past, had department stores, commercial establishments, and even the building there that still has the fact that it's a coal distributor on front of it. But now it's basically boutiques and coffee houses and restaurants and a place for people to stroll around and have a good time. And that's what people want to come downtown for. And the idea of inserting these...
And that's time.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Roberta Gassman of District 5, to be followed by Adam Pagenkopf.
Roberta, there you go.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and members of the Common Council. I come before you tonight representing only myself, a resident of Madison since '66. I've long been active in civic affairs, serving as president of the Equal Opportunities Commission and as the top appointee in the administrations of President Obama, Governors Doyle and Earl, Mayor Soglin, County Executive Phelps. I'm a social worker by training, earned my master's at UW, and have served on many boards, United Way, DMI, Madison Community Foundation, Overture, Edgewood College, and more, all, like me, committed to diversity and serving those in need. I'm a granddaughter of immigrants. 2 of my great-grandmothers were murdered in '41 because of their religion. I'm the first in my family to go to college, and some in my family have been homeless. From personal experience, I'm very sensitive to the needs of the vulnerable. My husband of 50 years, Lester Pines, and I work hard to support nonprofits that serve the marginalized, from the Road Home and Goodman Community Center to Neighborhood House, where we met in '68. I share all this because I want you to understand where I'm coming from when I ask you to support BRT, but not through State Street. It's hard to govern and make tough decisions. Competing interests make different asks of you. I understand, but this is why you're elected. To think big picture, to think of all the interconnected parts of what our city needs, not just what one department advises, to listen to all who come before you, major community groups representing hundreds citywide, the very business owners on State Street, dependent on your decisions, and the very alder who for decades has represented this exact area. Some have insinuated that if one does not support BRT as proposed, you don't support the marginalized. That is absurd and offensive. This is also not just an academic case study at a progressive think tank, nor is it just a transportation research project. This is about running a real-life city, recovering from COVID, and not in a transportation-only silo. This is about building upon the hard work done strategically over decades, turning our shuttered, empty downtown into a place for all, with museums, public spaces, the arts, retail, restaurants, hotel rooms, visitors, all supporting our tax base and the public services that serve the vulnerable. Thank you, please.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Adam Pagenkopf of District 6, to be followed by Alexander Wilburn.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in attendance. Alex is here.
Right, Alexander Wilburn of District 2, to be followed by Megan Burge.
Alex, you should have a prompt to unmute. Again, Alex, I can't unmute you, but you should have a prompt asking to unmute. Maybe we'll have to circle back.
All right, we'll come back to you, Alex. So next, Megan Burge of District 6, to be followed by Carmelo Alfano.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was hoping to follow Alex, but we'll go with this. I am here to speak on Amendment 1. Unfortunately, I don't really want to be here. I am tired and I don't really have a nuanced statement to make other than, first, I just want to start off by saying that most of what I say will probably be repeated by others, including Alex tonight. But as a council, collectively made of a majority of Black, brown, and other non-white folks, you should be ashamed of yourselves that we are still allocating 1/4 of our city's budget to policing. That is absurd. I had better expectations for many of you after this most recent election, and I am appalled that we are still giving more money to police. So I registered to speak for 2, so I may accidentally speak on items from 2 and 1. But I want to say that I do support the money that goes to CARES, CARES, and I believe that the amount was raised. I still don't think that's a sufficient amount. I oppose Amendment 13, which I believe has to do with giving more vehicles to police in the town of Madison. I do not support any additional funding to technology, especially surveillance technology, including the drones. I do not want to live in a surveillance state, and I do not support giving more money to police and withholding it from other places in the community. I'm going to speak on 2 as well, although I may come up again during the open comment period. But I would like you to support amendment. Oh, that's the same one. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Here, I got to click on something else. See, I wasn't ready for this because there's so much to talk about. All right. I support Amendment 17, 18, and 19. And I hope that you can just see by what I'm saying that I do think that we need to reallocate funding from police to other social services. And I am also in support of the People's Budget from Freedom Inc., if you are familiar with that. I don't think that we have included enough money in the budget to expand affordable housing. I don't think there's enough money for
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Carmelo Alfano of District 4, to be followed by Beth Sloys.
Carmelo, you are unmuted on our end. Carmela, if you are speaking, we cannot hear you. We have you unmuted on our end. I'm not sure if you're on a microphone that maybe has a mute button.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Sorry about that. So my name is Carmelo Alfano. I have lived in Wisconsin my whole life and have owned a business on State Street for 15 years. I am in full support of Amendment 15. First, let's be clear. A countless number of us have been asking the mayor and the transportation department to listen to us since January of this year. They say they listen, they say they care, they say all sorts of things elected officials say, but the mayor and the transportation department's communication tactics have been subpar and fishy at best. As a Section 106 consultant, I didn't receive information in a timely manner. But minutes before meetings, such as the Section 106 presentation and the 500-page Section 106 document, I did not receive that until the day of the city's Landmark Commission's meeting. On October 28th, during the 30% BRT project completion Zoom meeting, Tom Lynch tells us he updated the downtown routing website minutes before the meeting. Really, Tom Lynch? Why not update the downtown BRT frequently asked questions section a week before this critical meeting, or even a day? Give us a chance to review your last-minute explanations. Another example, the mayor surprisingly and without notice held a press conference to flamboyantly announce he listened and made changes that satisfied downtown stakeholders like myself. I don't know any downtown interested parties who were involved in these minor changes, the bus shelters. All these changes were done in a vacuum once again. Let's also be clear. We are here today because we care about our city. We care about our residents. We care about our transportation. Unfortunately, there are those, such as Dana Long, who worked for the city's public library foundation, who have tried to silence individuals and their voices by calling for boycotts of locally owned family businesses, such as Fontana Outdoor Sports. By falsely labeling our intentions and trying to slander our names. But why? simply because we are asking for a small reroute, but yet we're still here fighting, putting our livelihoods at risk because we don't believe all these stretched truths. Changing will not make the environmental study completely reset. Changing will cause the environmental study to be modified. Postponing will not jeopardize funding. Minor changes will make us just like every other BRT project, experience slight delays in order to make the project better. Congress is just inches away from passing the $1.2 trillion transportation bill, which also includes a BRT language. Do we really think the funding is not going to be available because we experience delays like other projects? My personal conversations with the FTA in Chicago and DMI's research strongly suggest otherwise. It seems to me this is not about jeopardizing the project, but about the mayor getting this done during her first term at any cost. The mayor continues to use the catchphrase of front door bus stops. Buses need to stop at the front door.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Beth Sloys from District 18, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
Good evening, and thank you all for this opportunity to speak towards Amendment 15. I do support putting the brakes on a little bit in the planning of the BRT. I live on the north side of Madison, which has been intermittently part of the BRT planning system and intermittently not. We're being told there is a north-south bus route attached to BRT, but then we're told it's not part of the BRT. What I can say is we're spending $250,000 to hire consultants, Jarrett Walker, to do a strategic redesign of the entire network that keyholes into the BRT. And this is under design now and is planned to be presented to the council for approval in the first half of 2022 as part of this whole process with the consultants. The North Side has not been represented in this redesign, as not one focus group of North Side bus riders have been asked to speak to their needs. Indeed, when I requested a focus group to be held for North Side residents, I was told that I would have to find people to attend the meeting. Now, we're paying consultants upwards of $250 an hour in the city. I would think that that would be a portion of what they would be responsible for doing. As a result, I put the word out. Nobody signed up for the thing because I was given 6 days. So I question this notion of public engagement. We did meet in Warner Park this summer with about 8 people from the North Side with Mike Chechvala from the city staff. But he presented vague concepts about the BRT because no one is willing to speak to North Side BRT. And there was no opportunity for people to look at maps at what was being proposed in terms of the 2 options of one ridership and one coverage. I have lots of concerns, but I would love to have a public transportation system that would allow me to leave my house. I appreciate the front door notion, but I question the reality of it. I want to be able to go out my front door and say, how do I get there today? There are great bike pedestrian paths. I could walk, I could ride my bike, take the bus. I would love to get rid of my car. I would love to have that. But if we really want this to be a reality, we need to take the time to plan. Major cities in our country right now that have BRT, like Houston, Boston, and in particular San Francisco, all have major cost overruns in their BRT system. San Francisco had a budget overhaul of around $327 million with issues related to putting bus routes, BRT bus routes in the center lanes. There are so many issues with this, and planning is a great tool. So
and that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next registrant is Tyson Vitale of District 16, to be followed by Chris McCahill.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for taking testimony. I'm sure it's going to be a long night tonight, so thank you, everyone on the call. I'm calling in support of just moving forward as quickly as possible with the current plan for BRT, not amending things and slowing them down like it has been constantly done. And I want to thank the mayor and other folks that I typically disagree with on a lot of issues for supporting this issue and being really good and consistent with it. Please move forward with BRT and our bus rapid transit. I'm getting really sick and tired being born and raised in Madison, Wisconsin, and being 32 years old, still talking about public transit, not actually having good public transit in our city. It's kind of embarrassing. So if we halt this even longer, from my understanding, we have federal funds that are attached to this with time limits or timelines, from my understanding, and these constant delays over, quite frankly, petty issues. And I'm going to say petty issues, not to dismiss people's concerns, but to say that their concerns will likely not ever come to fruition. Their fears are usually unfounded. And moving forward with this, a lot of the things that you hear just seems like fear mongering. So please move forward with BRT. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Chris McCahill of District 6, to be followed by Ananda Deacon.
Hello, I think you can hear me.
Yeah.
Great. So, hi everyone. I'm Chris McCahill. I lead a transportation policy research center at UW. I also serve on the city's transportation commission and on the city's transportation policy and planning board. So I'm very familiar with the process behind BRT. I'm also a bus rider. I urge you not to approve Amendment 15 tonight, which would withhold funding for bus rapid transit. I believe delaying the BRT process for additional studies could ultimately kill the project entirely, simply because it's unlikely that we could find consensus around a different route while still being eligible for federal funds. The current route was first recommended 8 years ago in a route feasibility study. Many trade-offs and concerns were identified early on, and city staff continued studying alternatives and made important design changes to address concerns. The fact is, our downtown presents unique challenges, and there is no alternative that is uncontroversial. The amendment you're considering today is largely in response to concerns from the business community, as you've heard, but there are also bus riders that oppose alternative routes, partly over safety concerns, and there are legitimate concerns about the potential impacts of those routes on service quality, traffic, parking, and public spaces. We're not just talking about moving stops from one corner to another. I believe the current route is the best option that anyone has proposed, and so did members of the Common Council when they approved the locally preferred alternative on multiple occasions at the recommendation of the Disability Rights Commission, the Downtown Coordinating Committee, and the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. I appreciate the diligence of the amendment sponsors, but changing course now by withholding funds is the wrong way to move forward and undercuts all the hard work that has gotten us to this point. Approving Amendment 15 means restarting that difficult process and potentially delaying the project indefinitely. Once again, I urge you not to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ananda Deacon of District 2, to be followed by Latoya Greer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ananda Deacon. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm opposed to the capital budget. Let me start by saying that the fact that y'all have allowed less time for the community to speak is disgusting. You all signed up for this job to represent the community, so how dare you want to hear from them less? But I'm also disgusted by the capital budget as it stands. The fact that Amendment 8, which would have funded a new police station, failed shows that you all have the capacity to give less money to the police, yet you all choose not to. With the money they requested and are not going to get, I want that money to be moved towards the CARES program, as I'm sure those responders are in desperate need of more funding to do their basic jobs in responding to the community in a non-violent way. Meanwhile, the police have the audacity to ask for more money for tear gas and drones when they just pepper sprayed a group of teenagers. I am also against Amendment number 7, I believe is the one, or whichever one would fund more police cars. These cars would simply be used to patrol Black and brown neighborhoods and arrest people based on their skin color, or because they are gender non-conforming or queer or trans, or because they are without a home. Now, I know this would require all of you to care about Black and brown and queer and trans and homeless people, which I know is incredibly hard of all of you, but I need you all to keep the energy you had for Amendment 8, i.e. taking funds away from the police, when it comes to the other amendments in the operating budget, of which I'll speak to more when the time comes. And with that, I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Latoya Greer of District 18, representing the Free campaign, to be followed by Jack Phillips.
Mayor, I do not see anyone by that name in the list.
All right. Do we have Jack Phillips of District 13?
I do not see him in the list either.
All right. How about Emma Stepien of District 4?
Yes.
To be followed by Adentuji Alessi.
Emma, you should have a prompt to unmute. There you go.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Emma Stepien, and I live and work downtown. I would like to express my support for Alder Abasa's Amendment 15 to the capital budget, allowing the potential for route adjustments while BRT design moves forward. I don't own a car and have relied on Metro during my time in Madison. I'm very excited about the city's efforts to make improvements by BRT and the transit network redesign. I mentioned both as they're inherently unconnected, but I feel the direction in which they're heading is not beneficial to our community. Favoring ridership models means that our already reduced service will worsen. While the mayor touts front door access as a goal of BRT, many of our residents will have to walk further to catch a bus and make more transfers to arrive at their destination. Instead of prioritizing the front door of the Overture Center, why are we not considering our neighborhoods, especially those already underserved? What about daycare centers, grocery stores, social services, and affordable housing? BRT routes and the network redesign are based on ridership data generated by a metro system that has always favored middle-class neighborhoods and workers, otherwise known as choice riders. What about riders who don't have the luxury of making that choice? As a downtowner, I feel strongly that the BRT routing on State Street and the Capitol Square needs to be reconsidered to provide more options for the future of our downtown, creating a more fluid and inclusive space. This is not to say that bus riders aren't welcome downtown, but to preserve the sense of culture that is unique to Madison. With the LPA, buses would be rerouted 20% of the year for special events, which typically occur on evenings and weekends. BRT routes are supposed to operate like light rail on a fixed system for efficiency. Routing already causes major delays and missed transfers. The mayor and transportation seem to have forgotten that there are individuals like me who work non-traditional hours and weekends. Why should we struggle with unreliable service when there's a simple solution of a minor route adjustment? Do our lives and families not matter as much as those who work a 9-to-5 job? Throughout the course of this project, I've been disappointed with poor communication and twisted information. Yes, we are at a point in the project where change would incur a delay. No, the project would not be entirely restarted. A delay will not jeopardize funding, as based on my communications with the FDA and research done by a DMI. So why are we not placing greater value on taking some time to create the best metro system for all? Council members, I thank you for your time and stress that you have the authority to make the best decisions for Madison based on feedback from your constituents. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Adentuji Alessi of District 19, to be followed by Julia Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the Common Council. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm here today to support amendment number 4 as proposed by Alder Nasra Uhelia. Madison is home to many Africans who have migrated gradually over half a century for many reasons, including education, employment, immigration, family reunification, and all other reasons, including refugee. As this population has grown, too has the need to provide the services that help people integrate into the wider community. The center does this by bringing together people of African descent and Friends of Africa to support recent immigrants through economic development, housing navigation, education, empowerment, service, and dialogue. No other organization, neither in Madison nor in Dane County, is meeting these unique needs of the African community. or provides services or activities in several African languages. The center provides programming that is culturally competent and meets the unique cultural needs of Africans with services available in English, French, Swahili, Lingala, and so many other languages, including Pidgin English. Our center has its current offices located in Madison, far west side. However, most of the Madison's African recent immigrants and refugees communities are on Madison East and North sides, with approximately 40% of the community living within 5 square miles of the Salvation Army site. The Salvation Army site is an ideal location for the African Center's home. Many African immigrants, live right at the Dabo Worthington neighborhood, as well as across the East Washington Avenue. We are very excited to partner with Will Green's Mentoring Positives and collaborate to meet the needs of the Dabo Worthington community. Mentoring Positives has a long history of successfully engaging youth and young adults who are often difficult to engage. Our collaboration addresses the complex needs of this community and the African community beyond.
And that's time.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Julia Matthews of District 6, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am wanting to speak and say that I'm in support of Amendment 8, and I am strongly opposed to Amendment 13 and 15. After this past year, and especially the obstruction of the men's shelter, the council should not be delaying or obfuscating any more public services. I'm a lifelong Madison resident, and when I lived off State Street, I was able to rely on the buses to work all around the city. But this was only possible because it wasn't full-time work and I was a student. Between the limited service and the overall length of the rides, my commute from door to work was usually a 90 to 2 hour minimum, with sometimes multiple transfers, always at least one. When living away from downtown, out past East Washington or near La Follette High School, the bus was really no longer even a viable option at all. We need to move forward with bus rapid transit as soon as possible and stop doing rework of things that have already been researched. And this is just ridiculous. Also, we don't need to be giving any more money to the police. We do not need surveillance drones. We don't need to have more police cars roaming around, stopping people, and just creating more potential for the police violence that we know is their standard. We also obviously have way too many police officers anyways. If 10 can show up to East High School for a fight. I went to La Follette High School. I can tell you that there were lots of fights there pretty much every day. I survived. It wasn't really that bad. And we just definitely don't need to be putting more money into the police, especially in this time when our community needs to recover and build back. And the main causes of any supposed increase in crime, which isn't even real anyways, are people who are struggling worse and worse because of this COVID pandemic that we've been going through and the overall just decline of the economy. People are struggling, people are hurting, and more police officers absolutely does not help with that. And putting more money into them when we could be putting it into the community and into services that will actually help the community is a shame. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Larissa Joanna of District 2, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores.
Hello,
Yeah, you're pretty quiet though. If you could speak up.
Let's see, can you hear me better?
That's better, but it sounds like you've got low connectivity, but go ahead. I think we can manage.
Okay, so I want to start by echoing what Julia said. It's ridiculous. You don't hear the voices and the stories over and over advocating for less police in our community. This budget is ridiculous. The way you vote, it's fucking shame, and does not really shows that you care to change the record of the city and state on a nationwide. Being the state that incarcerates Black men at the highest rate anywhere in the country, this should really be shameful to your so-called leadership. This is not why we elected many of you in this body. If you want to start changing things, then listen to the demands of those of us fighting for justice and human rights. You must support and pass Amendment 8 in the executive budget to help further a safe response to those suffering amendments. At the same time, you oppose Amendment 13. It doesn't need more cops, more cop cars that respond to site violence and to Black and brown bodies. And just yesterday, the situation at East High School should be an eye-opening. Children getting maced by the gang of criminals you continue to support and increasing the numbers of in our community. You're standing on the right side of history when you are part of the problem. And CPS should be here right now, today, protecting the children. But of course, the whole damn system is guilty of hell. And you can in communities. So because a trigger happy couple to pull the trigger on a Black or brown child. With that, I enjoy my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Shadira Kilfoy Flores of District 6, to be followed by Jesse Ransom.
Shadira, you should have a prompt to unmute. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. This is Shadira Kilfoy Flores. I first want to recognize that we are all here on the sacred Ho-Chunk land to Jup. The fact that we even call this Madison any longer is sad. He had over 175 people enslaved. Anyways, I also want to acknowledge that it's Native American Heritage Month, and the fact that these amendments are turned in at 4 p.m. before a 5:30 meeting, and as civilians, people of Madison, that we're expected, and our alders are expected to have knowledge on all these amendments is pretty crazy. And the fact that some alders choose to wait until the very last minute so that we don't have time to organize as a community is unfair to everyone. And it's truly, it's disgusting. And I would really like if you as a body voted to change that, even if those were due 24 hours before a budget hearing. But so anyways, I want to say, yes, we need to support amendment number 8. I'm in opposition to 13. I'm in opposition to 15. Really, I'm calling in tonight to, I'll be speaking again in our operating budget, but, you know, the fact that we're willing to invest in ways that don't support the people, that don't support one another's humanity, that's, you know, it's sad. It's sad that we're not wanting to support CARES. CARES is something that we should all be behind. Every single citizen in Madison should be behind CARES. And the money for the bus, many of us are dependent on that. Our children, our middle schoolers, our high schoolers are dependent on Madison Metro. So we're not just talking about adults getting to class or UW students getting to class. We're talking about this also affecting our middle schoolers and our high schoolers as well. So I'd like to say that we do need to move forward with the BRT. And, you know, specific things that I want to talk about with the police budget, I think, are in operating. The fact that we're considering taking money away from community projects instead of investing in meaningful ways when we have an opportunity to do that. I beg of you, alders, to really think about your citizens who are in need, who need compassion, who need support.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jesse Ransom of Middleton, Wisconsin, to be followed by Jesse Belburn.
Hi. Congratulations on the homeless encampment, Mayor. That's working out pretty good. So you're pushing it through pretty fast. So I might be showing my age, but I remember a time when, so with the BRT, back in the day, we could take a bus and we could get across town really fast. And it all passed through State Street. And it was actually honestly pretty awesome. A lot of the opposition that I've noticed is from DMI, the Downtown Madison Inc. And they have shown multiple times that they are not for anybody that's not from the college, to speak. So I definitely think we should push through on the BRT stuff. The other thing that I have to talk about is the police. Is there something wrong with the squad cars the town of Madison have? Because every time I go by there, there's like 15 squads just parked right there. Like, why do we need new ones? They look the same as the MPD ones, just not with MPD logos on them. The other thing too is like, why do we need drones? We've already got drones. I've been followed around personally with a drone just in a parking lot. And I'm like, why is there a drone following me around? And I literally followed that drone back, and it was a police officer following me around, like just some random guy just following him around. And I was like, wow, that's a waste of police resources. So the other thing too is like, we just had the police presence at East High School. Why do we have to have police respond to that? Like, why are we not funding this CARES Act? That would have made a lot difference than throwing gas grenades into the whole of East Wash, and people weren't allowed to go back in their houses. It was so bad. We really need to fund that CARES Act. So we do not need more funding for police. So thank you. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jesse Belburn of District 12, to be followed by Jacob Rogers.
Jesse, you should have a prompt to unmute. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you to those who are listening. I know it's going to be a long meeting, and it would be hard to listen to this many voices, but obviously, it's important. Obviously, it's a noteworthy time right now. Seems like every day these days is a noteworthy time. But that over a third of East High School students stayed home from school today because they felt unsafe seems especially noteworthy. And so while you're considering the budget, hopefully safety is at the forefront of your mind. Because of the ways we've been conditioned, that thinking is going to lead us to feel like we need to bolster the police part of the budget. And I want to urge you, to plead with you, to beg you to finally perhaps consider that this isn't the way to go. I went to East High School. I graduated about 20 years ago.
Jesse, we lost your audio. Did you accidentally mute on your end?
No.
Now you're back.
Oh, okay. The truth is, if you guys could just take 1 minute, just take a minute and think, when has there been a time that a police officer has made you more safe? Now, there's no question that right now we all really want and even need somebody that we can call when we feel unsafe or when we are unsafe. But outside of this peace of mind that has been especially afforded to the privileged like me to think that we have somebody we can call to keep us safe, other than that mental peace of mind that some of us have at the expense of other people's mental peace of mind. Excuse my redundancy. The truth is that I'm guessing that most of you cannot think of a single time that a police officer has made you more safe. I live right by the fights that were happening, and there's no question. There's needs. It's a crazy time in life, and these kids have needs that are unmet, and they're not making good choices. But we should be leaders in making better choices, because how are we going to keep making the same choices year after year and expecting something different? These police officers were wantonly macing people in my sister's front yard. There was this wasn't diffusing anything. This was escalating. This was the opposite of safety. They put my children at risk. There's an extremely qualified East staff who's a longstanding member of the community who got pepper sprayed in his face because he was going to try to do what he knew to defuse the situation with students that he had relationships with, who could trust him because he doesn't carry a gun to his work
and that's
with the
time
license to kill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jacob Rogers of District 6, to be followed by Gregory Gabowski.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to keep my remarks tonight short and sweet, so folks don't have to stay up till an ungodly hour tonight. I'm writing today to speak in opposition to Amendment 13, continuing to provide more money to police in the city. As many people before me have already spoken to, police do not keep us safe. The city has already proposed to spend $84 million, which is almost 1/4 of our city's budget. That is absolutely ridiculous. As we've seen yesterday with the incidents at East, police continue to target and harass Black and brown folks in our community and do not keep our youth safe either. We should instead use money to fund affordable housing, food, the arts, and education, things that folks actually need. Do not support this amendment or any increase in funding to police in either this capital budget or the operating budget as well. We as a city need to focus on proactive measures of care rather than reactive, which police will always be. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gregory Gabowski of Middleton, representing Reshaping Madison Together, to be followed by Kay Galuska.
Thank you. I'm Greg Gabowski, he, him. I'd like to speak on, I won't mention the numbers, I think they've been shifted a little, but I would hope that the council works to keep the residents of Madison safe. And the obvious way to do that is to shift money to the CARES program. There's funding for a CARES vehicle, which would take that necessary program, which has been shown, which offers the kind of services have been shown to increase the safety of residents away from policing, which has been shown does not. Despite the scare tactics that I've heard from anyone in past meetings. Another thing is that there's no more reason for funding for military type weapons that we've asked for an increase for, such as drones, which are used for surveillance of peaceful protests, even though the city denies it, or for tear gas, which has been used to be shot in the face of peaceful protesters. You know, the city denies it. I was one of those people. Also, probably one of the more ridiculous asks in this budget is that additional police vehicles be purchased for to take care of the town of Madison. The town of Madison exists is itself rather absurd. The city's finally incorporating it, and part of the whole idea of doing that was to take away redundant spending. Redundant non-needed spending. And if you need extra cop cars, because of taking these few strips of land into the city of Madison, it defeats that whole idea, indicating that it's absolutely not necessary. As for how the vehicles seem to be used, if police really need some afternoon delight, maybe the city can reimburse them for renting motels in it by the hour. There's probably be net savings for the taxpayer. Thank you. I yield any time that's left.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kay Galuska of District 12, to be followed by Steve Verberg.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list, but Steve is here.
Right then, Steve Verberg of District 16, to be followed by Noah Reinkober.
Hi, thanks for holding this hearing tonight. I'll just be brief. I think that if the council has had plenty of opportunity to realize that every penny that you put into the Madison Police Department furthers the worsening racial disparities in this town. I just think that I just hope that you keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Noah Reinkober of District 2, to be followed by Bonnie.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, I registered in opposition to this budget, and I just want to clarify my position. I am in favor of amendment number 8. I believe any kind of spending we want to give to alternative systems for approaching emergency situations is great. That's what we should be moving towards. And we've seen other cities in the country starting to move away from heavily funding the police in order to fund programs like this. And I think it would be great if Madison could set that kind of positive example, especially because our state has one of the worst racial disparities in the entire country. What I am opposed to, however, is Amendment 13, which gives more money to the police department. I think it's really a shame that we're not rising to the moment here to try and set an example that we don't need the police to keep our communities safe. In fact, they actively work against safety. I mean, just last month, one of the first officer shooting, one of the first times an officer was shot in 20 years was by the hands of another police officer. I think it's irresponsible for us to keep funding them and giving them more money for more equipment, more vehicles, more things that they can use to terrorize people in this city, especially after last summer, where many of us were, inflicted with tear gas and other scare tactics. I really wish that our city would put its money where its mouth is when it says it cares about racial justice and would actually put their money towards things other than the police. It's not simply enough to fund other things while also continuing to heavily fund the police. We mean defunding. Stop giving more money to the police. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bonnie of District 10, to be followed by Isidore Knox Jr.
Sorry, Bonnie, I accidentally muted you. Could you unmute again? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Common Council. I wanted to just share my views that I oppose number 8, the new vehicle for the CARES team, with the caveat that if this was going to be used with the 2 existing team members, that I would be okay with that. But if it's tied to the operating amendment, number 11, then I do oppose it because of reasons that I can get to in the operating budget section. I also do support capital amendment number 13 to provide police squads for the town of Madison attachment. Mayor, thank you, and the others who supported this. We know that there needs to be 8 officers at least to police this area, and they will need squad cars with MPD logos. I also support capital amendment number 3, which would provide a Northside mobile neighborhood center. I just think it's a great common sense idea. And also I support capital amendment number 15. It is only common sense, in my opinion, that the Common Council would vote and accept all of the BRT routes before construction begins on this huge project. I'm sure I'll be labeled as against public transportation and the BRT, but really, like many who spoke previously, I just want to slow down this project so that you can all hear from your constituents and be on the same page and do the planning together on the front end. Thank you for your time, and I will be back on the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next registrant is Isidore Knox Jr. of District 14, to be followed by Adam Pagenkopf.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling, I want to oppose, I believe, amendment number 8, any reduction in police services, and support 13, advocating for the needed services. I mean, we all have to be reasonable about the fact that we do need police services. We obviously want police to respond in the appropriate manner, and the city is already going through the process of having a civilian oversight committee to look at how we can make sure that the police is responsible and accountable. We've also, in your budget, identified money for violence reduction, which will help us work on the other end of the system to try to reduce violence. But let's make it clear. The one thing that we all need is public safety. And anyone who thinks that we don't, they're just living in an imaginary land, you know. Me and most of my friends, we now have camera surveillance around our homes now, so we're investing in that to be safe. If you go on any of our neighborhood sites, you'll constantly see where people are trying to respond to people vandalizing their property or trying to break into their homes. Let's face it, we live in a different world. People are using that example of East High School. So if no police had showed up, then what would be the result of what would happen there? Those kids are feeling unsafe. They don't want to come to school, and I wouldn't either if I have to worry about feeling unsafe at school. So we need to deal in reality here. We do know we want to change policing in some way, and just in case I'm not awake at a late hour, I also oppose number 11 in the operating budget to reduce police services. You know, we can use drones to find lost people. Anybody ever think about that? But all we think about is the militarization of police. We don't ever talk about the good things that police do. And we need to just be honest and real about that. And I'm tired of having people try to put people of color on a guilt trip, telling us we ought to be ashamed of ourselves because we have a diversity of opinion. Really? That's insulting. So I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to circle back now to the folks that weren't present when we called them earlier. So we'll start with Adam Pagenkopf of District 6, to be followed by Alex Wilburn. Do we have Adam?
We do. I had to put him to a panelist because of his device, but yes.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
Great. You hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So yeah, I just wanted to comment on amendment number 15 and ask the council to vote no. This amendment seeks to derail years of public engagement on BRT. Despite what some of the opponents will try to tell you, the BRT planning process proceeded through the normal means of public engagement over a period of in excess of the past 9 years, and the routing of the BRT was decided on in 2018 and 2019, with the council approving the final routes in March of 2020. Apparently, some of the people who are not happy with the way that that decision was made would like to slow down BRT and completely relitigate the public engagement process that happened from 2017 to 2020. And I think that's completely inappropriate given the fact that our current bus system, the status quo is completely unacceptable. Riders from disadvantaged groups tend to take significantly longer to get to their destinations with circuitous routes and lengthy transfers, even to go short distances. The network redesign, the BRT that we have planned over the last 9 years will significantly increase access to jobs, groceries, childcare, much more for Madisonians who rely on the bus for transportation. So a lot of the issues that the opponents for the current route design have brought up can be have already been addressed through the regular public process. I understand that policymaking sometimes needs to happen through the budget. I don't think that's appropriate in this instance with it already going through such a lengthy public process where thousands of Madisonians have basically, already had their say, and we've decided on the current route, and some people are unhappy with it and want to drag it out even longer unnecessarily. In addition to just introducing delays, could jeopardize our federal funding for the bus system. And as far as the network redesign process, that process is ongoing, and alders will have a chance to comment on that and weigh in on that over the next year, which with the process for that is expected to wrap up in about 8 months from now. So they have a further 8 months to decide on that. So I don't think it's at all appropriate to delay this this process any longer. And we've been talking about BRT for such a long time. With that, I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alexandra Wilburn of District 2, to be followed by Latoya Greer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to speak in opposition to the budget as it stands. I'd like to speak for the amendment that includes $164,000 for the CARES program. I'd like to speak in opposition to specifically there's over $400,000 for the narcotics unit. We need to start listening to current psychology, current science, that policing addicts, arresting people who deal drugs. And I speak as someone who has lost people to drug use. I have friends that are currently in cycles of addiction. The arrest, going to jail, going to prison, that actually makes people worse. That actually fuels use. I'm all for, if in a traffic stop, drugs are found, fentanyl let's get rid of it. But sending people to prison, that negatively affects the community. I'd like to speak about the greater violence prevention, gathering those statistics under the police department. While we might have someone with good intentions that now leads the department, that doesn't account for every single one of the police. That doesn't account for the next police chief in 15, 20 years, however long tenure is. There have been Supreme Court decisions handed down that show that policing, there is no constitutional duty for public safety. So while we may have good intentions in building out programs, gathering statistics, doing it as under the police department and not trying to build structures outside of police, build structures in public health departments. So while I recognize that they're made with good intentions, the overall impact will be negative. I'd also like to speak against funding the mounted police. I don't see any specifics in either of the budgets that specifically shows the funding for that, the officers on duty, how much money, how long those officers are, patrolling on the horses. I believe the Biden administration has stopped using mounted police for border patrol. Let's put mounted horses in the past. I'm also against $168,000 for lethal ammunition. I think we do not need to currently fund departments.
And that's time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next registrant is Latoya Greer of District 18, to be followed by Jack Phillips.
There's no one by that name in the list. Jack is here.
All right, so then Jack Phillips of District 13, to be followed by Kay Galuska.
Jack, you should see a prompt to unmute. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I would like to speak about the epidemic of violence that is sweeping our city. A violent gang yesterday escalated a situation at East High and deployed chemical weapons against minors. A violent gang that several weeks ago endangered civilians on State Street when they shot each other while attempting to murder yet another Black man. This violent gang last winter held unhoused neighbors outside in a fenced-in concrete parking lot with no access to medications and prevented medics from assisting in a life-threatening situation. This violent gang has no obligation to protect human lives in our city. They face no accountability for their murders. And by design, they can only react to dangerous situations after the fact. Our city faces an epidemic of violence, and policing is the root cause. I'm very concerned about the future. Fascist candidates across the country made record gains on school boards last week, while world leaders now meet to carve up what's left of the planet before it withers away, leaving all us common folks to choke on water polluted by drilling chemicals. Our country is in a dire state. There are two paths forward. One is a path of escalation and accelerationism spearheaded by the expanded police state, foreign corporations buying out police, as in Minnesota, to destroy our country's natural splendor. Cities sending cops after the homeless to chase them from park to park until they die out. The other path is one where we cooperate with one another, where we use resources we have to uplift the most marginalized, and in doing so, build a community resilient to the fascist tide around our small blue dot that is Madison, and resilient to the slow collapse of the global supply chains and the climate. Stop treating this as a culture war sideshow. Stop throwing money at cops who are just going to keep killing and murdering and endangering children's lives, just despite those of us with empathy for Americans who are slain by police. Stop denying essential services to those who need it. Stop trying to take away our bus routes, the ways that we get around the city. Take the situation that we're in seriously before we're all fucked. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kay Galuska of District 12.
Mayor, that name is not in the list.
All right. So, and I imagine no Latoya Greer yet either?
No.
Okay. So those are our registrants on the capital budget. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Foster?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure. Tried to look through the registrant list, but just wanted to make sure, is there anyone that's registered available to answer questions from either Mentoring Positives or the African Center?
Let me scroll through. We did have somebody from the African Center who spoke. I don't think we have anybody specifically registered just to answer questions, but I'm not positive.
I can ask.
Yeah, so we do have the person who spoke. Alder, would you like to ask them a question?
No, I think their testimony was, I guess, on that one. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for registrants on the capital budget? All right, seeing none, we're just at 7 o'clock. I was planning to call for a break at 7:30, but since we're at a natural stopping point before we go on to testimony on the operating budget, would anybody like to move a short recess?
Move motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Second. It's moved in second to recess for 5 minutes. That would bring us back at 7:08. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we're in recess and we'll be back at 7:08. 7:09. I'll ask alders to come back and turn their cameras back on and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Curry.
Here.
Present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole. Not present yet. Alder Foster.
Here.
Present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Present. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Present. Alder Limmer.
Here.
Here. Vice President Martin.
Here.
Present. Alder Mayanzi.
Present.
Present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Present. Alder Vidavere.
Present.
Present. Alder Wahilier.
Present.
Present. President Abbas.
Present.
Present. Alder Alborez.
Here.
Present. Alder Binford.
Present.
Present. Alder Bennett. Here. Present. Alder Carter. Alder Conklin.
Here.
Present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Madam Mayor, we're at 18, so we have quorum.
Thank you. And thank you for that brief break. I will formally close the public hearing on the 2022 capital budget and open a public hearing on Legistar 67496, the 2022 executive operating budget as amended by the Finance Committee. And we have a number of registrants on this as well. Just refresh to make sure I have the most recent list. And our first registrant is Floyd Rose of District 14, to be followed by Allison Bellburn.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I am here in support of the Madison Police Department budget as originally presented by Chief Sean Barnes in his efforts of transformation and accountability. I believe Dr. Barnes is highly capable and should be afforded the chance to succeed. I believe one person can make a difference if provided the opportunity, and that we should afford this opportunity to Dr. Barnes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Allison Bellburn of District 12, to be followed by Eve Galanter.
Mayor, I don't see anyone by that name in the list. Eve is here.
All right, then Eve Galanter of District 5, representing the Madison Public Library Board, to be followed by Anthony Q.
Thank you. My name is Eve Galanter, and I'm proud to serve as the president of the Madison Public Library Board. And for nearly a decade, almost 30 years ago, I sat in the aisle seat of the second row in the Common Council chambers, representing a district on the near west side. Since we're virtual, I don't know who might be sitting in that seat tonight if we were in person, but I do remember budget nights, and I thank you all for your commitment to public service. I'm here tonight in support of Amendment 13 to be offered from the floor with regard to the Monroe Street Library. The Monroe Street Library is the only library in the Madison system this year with only 3 days of service per week. We on the board made that change very reluctantly in 2020 to meet the budgetary needs the city faced for 2021 and to implement an important program, going fine-free for the Madison Public Library. We committed then to making a good faith effort to restore the level of service for this library in the next fiscal year. And that's why we're here tonight. With gratitude to Alders Bennett, who serves ably as the council representative to the library board, to Alder Evers, in whose district the Monroe Street Library is sited, and to Alder Vitiver, who is actually my alder, for their support and their leadership on this issue. Short on service days, we were small but mighty this past year. A recent week-long survey showed the Monroe Street Library recently received more visits per day than several other libraries, Goodman South Madison, Hawthorne, or Lakeview. It also saw more library materials checked out per month than Goodman South Madison, despite being open less than half the hours in May, June, and July of this challenging year, 2021. Library board and staff have received many comments from library supporters and visitors in support of expanding service hours. We've got considerable feedback from seniors and caregivers with neighborhood children that the walkability of the Monroe Street Library is important to them, and they're unable to easily visit other libraries by car. We even heard the incredible story of a little girl, I think a student at Randall
And that's
School.
time.
That's your time, Eve. Our next registrant is Anthony Cooper of District 19, to be followed by Nicholas Lumos.
Anthony should see a prompt. There you go. You are unmuted,
Mayor.
Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I'm here in support of Amendment 8. We and our strong community partnerships across the city, along with healthcare, neighborhoods, government, grassroots leaders, and the nonprofit community, are prepared to implement a successful GVRS program. That program is better known as Gun Violence Reduction Strategies. We cannot arrest our way out of these challenges. We have begun conversations with those allies, and they are standing by and ready to move forward with the planning for the next by the next week. With this financial support reflected in Amendment 8, we can do that and have all hands on deck for our community against violence, and that's all types of violence through our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nick Lumos of District 13, representing Focused Interruption, to be followed by Steve Verberg.
Mayor Alders, thank you again for your service and your support at this critical time for our city. We ask you to support Amendment 8, which would provide funding for us to build a Madison area gun violence reduction strategy, a comprehensive approach to gun violence reduction that has been implemented in cities across the country since 1996 and has proven to reduce shootings by up to 60%. Our partners include local community members and nonprofits, national violence reduction experts, as well as local healthcare, law enforcement, and government agencies. Our partners are standing by and ready. We will resume planning starting next week. We look forward to working with any and all parties to achieve this life-saving strategy. Please support Amendment 8 to invest in this life-saving strategy and make Madison a safer, fairer city for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Steve Verberg of District 16, to be followed by Erica Bach.
Steve, if you could unmute yourself. Steve, you should see a prompt to unmute. Okay, well, I guess we'll circle back.
All right, we'll come back to Steve. Next is Erica Bach of District 7, to be followed by Ashley Chung.
I do not see that name in the list. I do not see Ashley in the list.
All right, how about Elizabeth from District 14?
I do not see that name in the list.
Lisa Yang from District 9.
We will try this, Lisa.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa. I use she, they pronouns, and I am opposing 67946, the operating budget. We cannot continue to add onto the police budget every year, which is already a disproportionate budget from the get-go. Just by the decision last week where there were all fails to pass 3 amendments that would have shifted some funds from the police budget into CARES, which, by the way, 2 out of the 3 were unanimously voted no. And how the police budget has been relatively steady increasing, we see this as evidence that racial justice that this budget was supposed to act on is a performance, a trend. As decision makers, you feel no more pressure to care about racial justice. So this performance is disgusting that nobody really acted on what they said they were going to do. Many of you ran your race on the platform on racial justice just because it was the buzz of the town. And all of you right now have the power to vote and stop and to reflect on the budget that centers racial justice like the agenda talks about. And so one of the necessary steps to do your job is to move the money from the police. We cannot go back to normalcy after this uprising this whole year. So I'm opposing amendment. I'm also opposing Amendment 12 on the $56,000 that is being taken away from the independent monitor. Why is it taken it from there and not from the police itself? When they have millions already. And if I were to fund anything, I think we deeply need to fund services, agencies, and departments that are centered on community care and making sure that everyone has their own needs met. It is ridiculous that there is little to no space for wellness in the city where families can spend time together, where mental health can be supported. Where is the funding for quote unquote crime prevention, like stable and quality housing, domestic violence support, free and quality public health? This is what our city needs. Where are the amendments for that? Where have these people who ran their race, where are your amendments to protect and speak for your constituents that voted you in here? And so this is a question that I'm proposing to all folks on this call who also will be voting on this agenda. And that's it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kim Richmond of District 16, to be followed by Sally Menchart.
Mayor, we accidentally missed Liz in the list. If you don't mind, we could.
Oh, okay.
Back to Liz.
We have Lizbeth of District 14.
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll come to Kim Richmond.
Okay, Liz, you are unmuted.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me a couple minutes. So I was really glad when you heard that there's so many people here to speak against the 85 million for police officers, except for that they're putting the money the wrong way, and they're also spending too much of it. My dad was an officer for many, many years, and the budget, I think that the budget is on a continual skyrocket, and although we disagree on many things, what we don't think is reasonable is that drones are a good idea. I can't think of a different tactic that's better than not putting that in the list. I'm going to take 1 minute and let you know just like 2 seconds of me. Lizbeth Ozonic. I have a brain tumor and stroke of 6 years. So as a disabled person, I'm not really strong at speaking out loud. this is far too important to not speak out. This discussion, weirdly enough, it may seem odd, but it's very much due to climate change and global warming, which is that all this money that's being spent is going to police officers and that part of our world, and it's not going to come back into the home and the neighborhood that we are deserved. We spend so much money on like unreasonable things, like what the police is doing, and we're not even thinking about a much greater thing, a hard thing to be facing, which is the huge global warming and the climate change that we are experiencing this very second. Also, I live on the south side, and it does not have enough buses. Trust me, living over here, it takes a full hour or maybe longer for a bus to come. And there are plenty of people here who don't even drive, don't even have a car. So how weird that we don't have simple things like cars and, buses, electrical buses, and we can't be focusing on that because we're so like mind focused on nothing other than the police and like skyrocketing. And I think 10 years of communication, they're still not safe for people to even, especially Black people or African American people that can even,
and that's time,
feel comfortable enough to still feel safe. So I say defund the police and invest in community. Thanks.
Thank you. That's your time. Next registrant is Kim Richmond of District 16, to be followed by Sally Manshart.
Madam Mayor and Common Council, good evening. I hope you're all doing well. I strongly oppose any funds taken, reallocated, or reimagined from the Madison Police Department in any way, shape, or form. That having been said, I oppose proposed amendment number 11 in the 2022 operating budget. This is at least the fourth attempt to take funding from the Madison Police Department and hand it off to the Madison Fire Department for the CARES program. The CARES pilot is only about 90 days in. That's not nearly the amount of time needed for any proper analysis. Madison Fire Chief Steve Davis couldn't have made it any clearer only 2 weeks ago that any increase in funding at this time is premature, yet Alders Curry, Conklin, Heck, Furman, Evers, and a couple others continue to disregard Chief Davis's statement. It seems they want to take funds from MPD only for the sake of taking funds from PD. And I've heard that from a few other registrants tonight. Yesterday in the middle of the day, our city was once again put on priority calls only, which has become a common occurrence. Why? It's because MPD is not appropriately staffed for a growing Madison. And in addition, staffing has not kept up with attrition. We can't afford to have any more officers taken off of our streets for everyone's personal and property safety. I hope community and neighborhood safety is the number one priority of the mayor and the council. So show the Madison residents that it really is. Nobody is asking for overfunding or overstaffing, just appropriate funding and staffing, and any reduced funding takes cops off the streets. Tonight, if any amendments from the floor take any funding from MPD, I encourage you, not demand you, I encourage you to oppose them, as well as amendment number 11 in the operating budget. Yes, police departments, good police departments are expensive. Bad police departments are a hell of a lot more expensive. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sally Manshart of Oregon, Wisconsin, to be followed by Linda Yang.
Sally, I see you're on the phone. If you could press *6, there you go. You are unmuted, Sally, on our end. But we cannot hear you. Oh. Sally, are you there? Oh, now you just muted yourself again. *6. Okay.
Oh, thank you. I'm unmuted on my end.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for your patience. I just need to let people know that all police agencies are not the same. You cannot group them in. We need to stop the war on the MPD. We need to focus on who the Madison Police Department are, not who all the police departments are around the country. We have one of the best in the country, and I challenge all of you to get to know what do the police really do. It is amazing. And they all are working overtime almost every shift. And there is no, I'm sorry, I get emotional. And I don't mean to be, except it's so important. Police enforce laws. Legislature makes laws. Justice Department decides on sentencing. The police only enforce the law. And I think a lot of people don't know that, or they're afraid for many, many reasons. Again, I challenge you all to get to know what the police really do and what they don't do. We are very blessed to have this particular police department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Yang of District 9, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
There's no one by that name in the list, Mayor, but Tyson is here.
All right, then Tyson Vitale of District 16, to be followed by Ananda Deacon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm double Zoom meeting right now. So thank you for taking my testimony again for public comment. I wanted to speak now on the police budget. I hope this is the right item. And talk about, and specifically the CARES Act. I'm really excited to see funds going towards the CARES Act and you know, the support of all the alders who made that happen. And I'm really excited to see that moving forward. First the pilot program, and then moving forward with more funding for a more full program. I really like to see that continue. From hearing other members of our community, I'm really concerned about safety as well, and want to make sure to prioritize safety by properly allocating our resources towards things that make us more safe. As we know, our police department does a lot of things that I don't think have to do, and I don't think do well. That is nothing bad or speaking negatively against police officers. It's simply speaking to reallocating our resources more efficiently towards things that actually address safety and crime and the things that we're talking about. Police officers are only made to respond to crime, not prevent it, and they don't prevent it. Data shows that. We know that, and we need to start investing in our community and into programs, or at least starting to look at how we can start reinvesting into things that actually address the issues that we're talking about. So I'm excited to see that move forward with the CARES program and the funding that's being put in there currently. And I hope the continued funding and more funding that it gets down the road. And I'd ask alders and the mayor and the city in general just to move forward and looking with that lens and how we allocate our resources and how we can better make our community more safe by investing in not necessarily roles that police officers need to do, but that other services or departments can. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next registrant is Ananda Deacon of District 2, to be followed by Keitra Burnett.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ananda and my pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm opposed to the operating budget. I support amendments 11, 17, 18, 19, and any other amendments supporting and or funding the CARES program. And I also want to be clear that if I have misspoke or misspeak about any of these numbers of the amendments, that hopefully y'all will know which ones I'm talking about based off what I'm saying. I also need Amendment 12 to be dropped. This Amendment 12 takes away $56,000 from the independent monitor for gun violence prevention methods, yet this money could easily be taken away from the police instead. Alders Carter and McKinney, I don't understand your reasoning behind this, and every day y'all remind me that skin folk are not our kinfolk. It's very disappointing to me that the Black people and other people of color on this board don't care about Black and brown people, because if y'all did, you wouldn't have voted down amendments 17, 18, and 19. If y'all did care about us, y'all wouldn't be giving $84 million to the police and slashing budgets everywhere else. Any person of color on this board I did not name, know that you are not blameless either, as you have the power to persuade your peers. We all know that white people are racist by default and need to be anti-racist. But when someone who looks like me participates in a racist system by using their power in such a negative way, it hits different. It is not a difference of opinion when you're actively making the quality of my life and the lives of other folks without power so much worse. I want you all to think deeply about why you think you need police so badly, when the history of them is rooted in criminalizing and brutalizing Black people, queer people, sex workers, breaking up unions and strikes, and harassing, shooting, and killing students and other young people. I encourage everyone listening to look up and listen to Minneapolis's 150 Years of Policing report, where they walk through the pattern of police harassing and killing people, the community protesting about being killed, then the PR team of the police ensure the public that they'll do better. The mayor gets a reform or two to pass, and then you rinse and repeat for 150 years. I am not willing to wait until it is me or someone I love who loses their life to the police because the people who represent me are incompetent. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Keitra Burnett of District 6, to be followed by Jack Phillips.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Keitra Burnett, and while I currently serve as the chair of the Police Civilian Oversight Board, tonight I am speaking on my own behalf. I am speaking in opposition to Common Council's Amendment number 12, which, if approved, would lead to a reduction of funding for the data analyst position in the Office of the Police Monitor by $56,000, thereby pushing the hiring of this critical position back 8 months into September of 2022. I have two main concerns regarding this amendment. One is the tremendous number of hours that our volunteer members have exhausted completing the work necessary to get this office up off the ground. And the second is the overall frustrations with which our board has been forced to operate. Regarding my first point, please know that I, as the Civilian Oversight Board Chair, have been working extremely hard against both internal and external forces to make sure the Office of the Independent Monitor is set up for success. Imagine our surprise to learn that the Common Council itself has seemingly attempted to undermine our work by making an amendment to reduce funding for one of the three positions in this office that has been established by both your council and members of our community. As an informal update, please know that following our hiring of the Independent Monitor, which is currently slated for December of this year, next month, we plan to work with a sense of urgency to accomplish our next two goals, which are hiring the data analysts and working to engage our community in the development of policies and practices by which the Office of the Independent Monitor will operate. To achieve these goals, we must make sure that resources to hire and onboard our data analysts are available so the person in this position can hit the ground running and cultivate the relationships necessary to position the Office of the Independent Monitor for success. When considering that the current budget for the Office of the Independent Monitor was quite arbitrarily established and currently lacking resources for community engagement, my request is that this amendment not be approved so we can continue working again to set the office up for success by hiring the data analysts as soon as possible and not hindering or handicapping the Office of the Independent Monitor before it is even launched. I would also like to share my frustration with the overall restrictions within which our PCOB has been forced to operate. First, as a volunteer leader of the CPOB, trying to understand the city processes in general has been quite frustrating. It often feels as if our hands are tied. For example, because we are a city board and not a city department, we are restricted to communicating during open meetings only. Yet we are charged with fulfilling tasks normally delegated to those of a hiring manager or a department leader. That alone, combined with the very limited staff support available from the Common Council's office, has led to a very heavy burden of strategic work for me as the individual chair of our board. Over the past year, I have had to independently, as a volunteer with very little support, develop processes, create and manage projects, plans, timelines, develop action plans, create and monitor the progress of a task force, and much more. And to be crystal clear, the goal of my comment is not to point blame, but to make the Common Council aware of the amount of time, energy, skill, and expertise
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Jack Phillips of District 13, to be followed by Ian Kajovi Pachavi.
Before I begin, would it be possible to yield part of my time to the woman from the Office of the Independent Monitor?
It's not, but an alder can move more time or come back and ask questions.
All right, thank you. Well, hello. Once again, I am Jack Phillips. My pronouns are they and them. You can address me as Jack or Mix Phillips rather than Mr. or Sir. Now, I want to reiterate what I said before, that there are large, systemic, catastrophic problems that our country and the world face imminently and disastrously. The best time to address these problems was decades ago. And instead, we as a society have decided that the best solution is a band of armed thugs. You can claim that they do some good things, but none of the quote unquote good programs run by police departments are core to their mission. Police culture and training centers the gun, the power, the chase, and the kill. If you want violence reduction and crisis intervention programs, then fund CARES. If you want drug interventions, then fund drug interventions. If you want people to stop living in the park, give them homes. If you want a quote-unquote better MPD, then fund the Independent Monitor. But if what you want are armed vigilantes terrorizing children in high school and endangering the lives of people trying to enjoy our fine city's beautiful downtown shopping district, then vote for Amendment 11. And to Sally Lanchart and everyone else on here living out in the burbs, hidden away from the terror that the rest of us face, you all are the ones that need to learn what cops do, not just in your civics textbook, but in the real world. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Alder Alboros?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to just move an additional minute for Keitra Burnett to finish her statements, if that is amenable to the council.
Is there any objection to allowing Keitra Burnett another minute? See, Alder Miazzi, I assume you're not objecting.
Yeah, I'm just seconding it.
All right, thank you, Alder Miazzi. So moved and seconded, and we'll allow Keitra another minute if she's still here with us.
Yes, I am still here. I was going, the next part of my remarks was, while I don't believe these challenges were flat out intentional or by design, I feel that it is unfortunate and flat out disrespectful that not only were we not notified that this amendment would be submitted, but we were not even approached for comments or sharing of rationale regarding why this amendment even was placed in today's agenda at all. And I say that because I had not received any official notification, and to my knowledge, nor had any members of our Police Civilian Oversight Board. Again, this work and the clarity around the scope and process has been quite frustrating, as was the authoring of this amendment. While our board has done a lot of work, there is a lot more work to be done. We need staff now. We don't need to wait 9 months to hire data analysts. This is exhausting, and it is unfortunate that we have to come to these meetings and have to have an initial conversation about this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next registrant is Ian Kajovi Pachavi of Riverbend Road, to be followed by Julia Matthews.
Hello, my name is Ian Kajovi Pachavi. My pronouns are he, him, and I've been a resident of Madison for 3 years. I've been a race and media researcher and recently a graduate student at the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, and before that a social psychology researcher in Minnesota. Over the last few weeks, I've been sitting in on finance hearings attempting to gain some perspective on the proposed operating budget and the $84 million police budget that is so hotly contested. Over the course of this process, I've observed a few positions being taken that represent a misunderstanding or lack of awareness of the research on incarceration and policing as strategies for public safety. The first and most common misconception was that incarceration is a successful strategy for creating public safety. The University of Chicago Press recently published a large-scale meta-analysis of 116 studies that sought to determine if incarceration indeed reduced crime, titled Custodial Sanctions and Reoffending, a meta-analytic review. The study observed that, and I quote, Custodial sanctions, that is incarceration, have no effect on reoffending or slightly increase it when compared with the effects of non-custodial sanctions. Let me say that again, just so that we're clear, prisons and jails either do not reduce crime or increase crime, and that is the consensus of criminological academic research. Policing does not create safety, and we shouldn't need a study to show us this. We live in the most heavily policed country in the world. We have the biggest police budgets in the world, and we lock up more people. 20% of the people incarcerated in the world are incarcerated in the US. We represent 4.2% of the world population. If policing and incarceration created safety, we would live in the safest country in the world, but we don't. So I know some of you are probably shocked to learn that the highly thought out strategy of having a heavily armed gang of mostly white men tear across our streets deciding when someone deserves to live in a cage isn't making us any safer. Many other folks are not. This is not a good strategy and it isn't working. Continuing to throw resources at what a few folks in previous meetings correctly identified as a relic of and the continuation of slavery is quite frankly cowardice. Our leaders in the city are so desperately afraid of the opinions of a few suburban white homeowners and the influences of capital that they have failed to recognize the growing discontent of the masses. Every day, more and more people are losing faith in our institutions. Every day, more and more people are waking up to the reality that this government would rather they die quietly than provide them with even their bare necessities. I'm opposed to the operating budget. The passage of any amendment reallocating money from the police budget, including Amendment 11, is a step in the right direction. The Madison Police Department is significantly overfunded, and your continued investment in it is unscientific, unimaginative, and a reentrenchment of white supremacy. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Julia Matthews of District 6, to be followed by Gracie Regala.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Julia Matthews. I spoke earlier. I'm a lifelong Madison resident. I am opposed to this budget. I would like to point out, in case people don't remember, that last year, every city department was asked to cut their budget except for the police, which did get to increase their budget again. And as it's been previously stated, it's almost a full quarter of the city's overall budget. And I just want to pose a question, which is that if our MPD is as incredibly progressive as, you know, some of the more pro-police commentators have expressed, then why do we still have such terrible disparities? If anything, you know, if both of those things are true, we know the data on the racial disparities, we know the data on the violence. And if we have the most progressive police department that can be, that just means that there's no such thing as a good police department. And, you know, take from that what you will. But I just want to specifically say that I do support Amendment 11, and I definitely oppose Amendment 12. I oppose taking any money from the independent monitor, and I oppose increasing the police budget. Even at the most generous to the police, let's say that the disparities come from implicit bias that they can't control in the moment because they don't even know what's happening. Even if that is true, which I don't think that it is, that just means that we need to limit police power and police interaction because they can't control themselves. And giving them more staff, giving them more money is just going to create more situations where they can harm citizens and harm residents and put people into jail, into the pipeline, which, as has been previously stated, is a continuation of slavery and is definitely not something that Madison stands for. I would just also like to support, you know, some previous speakers, Jack Phillips and Keitra Burnett, and even I think Ian, the last speaker. Everything that they said, they have much more detail and firsthand knowledge than me, but I just, wanted to throw that in there. But thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gracie Regala of District 4, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list. Larissa is here.
Right, then Larissa Joanna of District 2 to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores.
Hi, are you able to hear me? Please choose
Yes.
All right, I hope this is better than earlier. So just like I mentioned, and probably you couldn't hear earlier, it is our duty to continue to fight for justice. And if you continue to take actions that do not show that, then I don't know what we're doing. Again, we are the state that incarcerates Black men at the highest rate in anywhere in the country, and that is shameful. And you should be making a difference to change that. So investing and funding on staff that will respond to those mental crises that we continue to see over and over. And just like we see at the East High School situation, these are children. This is a mental crisis. These are not criminals. I heard a comment from a person on item 1, and these are not criminals that need to be responded with violence, with tear gases. That is creating a generation of criminals. That is us failing as adults and as society. So we must invest on those staff members that will respond to these situations better. There's actually a group of parents that are addressing these problems. There is one already happening in another state in the country where parents are coming together to respond to these situations. We have solutions here when we really want to make change and when we really want to create a healthy community, and especially to those disproportionately affected all the time, like Black and brown. Again, we still have no justice for Tony Robinson. How many walkouts did the students have to make to even a case of rape to be addressed? How do we give our students or youth or young adults a chance to live and to thrive in those safe spaces in our communities that we are screaming for when we see situations like that? We do changes. We do not put more cop cars in our cities. We do not put more police in our neighborhoods that only are out there in the cop cars that we fund with our taxpaying dollars, and they're having sex. Well, there's no accountability. And also, let's not take that money out of the independent monitor, because now more than ever, we need justice in many, many cases, not just Tony Robinson's that it's first priority, but many other cases of injustice, many cases that are in the civil rights courts of Madison because of the violence that the police responds to mental crisis when it comes to Black and brown youth and young adults. Let's not make the wrong decision tonight. Let's not continue to stand on the wrong side of history. You can do better. We can do better as community and show all of these white supremacists that we can do better. Hispanics are the highest growing minorities in the state of Wisconsin after the 2020 census. That was proven. It is time to recognize and protect those communities that live in this city, in this state. And
that's time
that you do your.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Shadira Kilfoy Flores of District 6 to be followed by Noah Reinkober.
Shadira, you are unmuted on our end. Oops. We cannot hear you, Shadira. Okay, we'll circle back.
All right, then Noah Reinkober of District 2 to be followed by Maya Pearson.
Sorry, Noah. Excellent. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I reflect what various others before me here have said. I am in support of Amendment 11, though I overall oppose the current budget. I support Amendment 11 for the same reasons as many other people do. And as I said in my comments about the previous budget, last summer should have been a wake-up call to not only the entire country, but specifically Madison as well, that police are not the optimal source of safety and security. In fact, they often reduce safety for many of our communities in Madison, especially for Black and brown folks in this city. I think it's very disrespectful for other commenters to question whether or not we know what police actually do when many of us have witnessed firsthand what they actually do. We're not making it up when we say that they brutalize people. We're not making it up when we say that they fire tear gas canisters into crowds of protesters and push them down State Street. These are things that the police do. Giving them more money, giving them a greater budget is not going to change that fact. They will continue to do that and have more people available to do these things. We need to start redirecting our resources to alternatives, such as CARES. We do not need these armed men and women on the service showing up to emergencies. In fact, ideally, we do not need them at all. When I talk about defunding, I personally refer to it as a first step towards complete abolition of that institution. And I think putting money towards CARES is a great step in that direction. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Maya Pearson of District 14, to be followed by John Milton.
Mayor, neither of those names are in the list.
All right. Then Bonnie Rowe of District 10, to be followed by Shisenpuya Mua.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns and to oppose Operating Budget Amendment 11. To be clear, I don't oppose CARES. I love the concept. In fact, I don't know anyone who opposes CARES. It's like the great unifier. Everyone I know and talk with wants CARES to succeed, from MPD officers and those who see a place for police officers in our community to the most vocal defund the police activists. From those struggling with mental health and their families to those who treat them. From one end of the council to the other, we all support CARES. We're so eager for it to work, but it's got to be done right. If anyone has a vested interest in CARES, it's the fire department that houses it, that oversees it, and knows its day-to-day operations. That is who we need to listen to. On October 11th at Finance Committee, Fire Chief Davis said, and I quote, "One fear I have, honestly, is that the call volume is going to come up too fast and that it's going to get a little bit overwhelming." At the next Common Council meeting on October 25th, Chief Davis said that additional funding was premature at this time and they would be in a better position to assess their needs moving forward a year from now. All three amendments trying to take funding from MPD and give it to CARES failed because it was clear that night 2 weeks ago that the one who would know best said it was premature, and Assistant Chief Chase Dedman agreed wholeheartedly. There are currently 4 full-time CARES workers, 2 teams. They began taking calls for service on September 1st. This is a pilot program. The advice from the heads of this department said, let's slow this down. Let's do this right. Let's learn what we can from a small pilot before we grow too fast and make mistakes. CARES will expand. They will, over time, take more calls. Currently, they average 1 call per day. They get to pick and choose which 911 calls they respond to. I bet MPD wishes they could do that, but then they probably would have had no one rushing to East High School or chasing after suspects in a homicide or running toward gunfire while telling others to take cover. Some of you should take some time to get to know the good people who make up our police department, the people who serve residents of every color in times of crisis. Though I oppose number 11, I do support CARES and want it to succeed. I don't want it to take funding from a strapped police department in the midst of a staffing crisis, which is making it difficult on an almost daily basis to fulfill hard staffing minimums across our city. It is getting more and more difficult to rely on officers working so much overtime. This younger generation, many of them value family time, time off, and vacations more than the continuous strain of overtime. You probably realize that officers only get 1 pass at ordered overtime per year. I urge you to oppose any amendments right now that would take funding from an already strapped MPD. We need to give Chief Barnes the funding he needs to accomplish his plans and prioritize public safety for all
And that's
residents
time.
in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Chisenpuya Mua of Fitchburg, to be followed by Isidore Knox Jr.
Mayor, neither of them are still here.
All right, then how about Megan Burge of District 6, to be followed by Lauren Byrne?
Nope. Neither of them either.
All right, so then let's circle back to the top and see if we have Allison Bell Byrne.
No.
Steve Verberg.
Try Steve again. Okay, Steve, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to please support operating budget amendments number 6 and number 11 to improve public health and safety for all of us. As you know, the Finance Committee approved number 6, which will add a long-needed ambulance at Fire Station 14 and reduce response time for life-saving services. But number 11, which would beef up the new and so far successful CARES program at the fire department, that failed. Amendment 11 would take a tiny sliver of the police department's $86 million budget and move it to the fire department to strengthen the CARES pilot program, which deploys medical professionals instead of armed police to help people with medical needs. I just like this idea so much. Let's sink in. Sending medical professionals instead of armed police to help people with medical needs. As you know, it's a model that's already working very well in other cities. The several council members said they would not stand for even a tiny sliver of the police budget to be removed. Why? Out of fairness to a new Black police chief who should, they said, be given a chance to run Madison Police Department without so much as a tiny sliver removed from his budget. I ask you to take this same consideration for racial justice for the police chief and extend it to the thousands of Black Madison residents who every year are rounded up by the Madison Police Department and branded with criminal records at a rate 11 times the rate of white arrests. And I ask that you give the same chance to the people suffering mental health emergencies that are escalated and worsened, sometimes to the extent of serious injury and death, because we confront them with armed police officers instead of medical professionals like those in the CARES program. Every year, the Common Council funds a police department that is a machine cranking out worsening racial disparities. Wisconsin prisons have the most racist imbalance in the country. Dane County's Black arrest rate is 11 times higher than the white rate and twice as high as the U.S. Black arrest rate. And Madison Police Department is the major driver of the racist imbalance in the jail and a steady contributor to the prison pipeline. Please beef up the CARES pilot program. There is no reason we can't have a more robust pilot program. Too many past programs that were supposed to address racism and police excesses have been underfunded and allowed to die. Let's move ahead and with the proven programs that reduce the unnecessary harm caused every day by your police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Erica Bach of District 7, to be followed by Ashley Chung.
Mayor, neither of those names are in the list.
All right. How about Linda Yang of District 9?
No.
Gracie Regala?
No.
Scrolling. Hold on a minute. Shadira Kilfoy Flores of District 6?
Yes.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Yay. Okay. Hi, guys. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, every elders. So I'm calling in because I wear a lot of hats in our community. I'm on our Marquette Neighborhood Association. I also the vice chair of the Civilian Oversight Board. And I want to reiterate what the other members who've called in, particularly my co-chair, Keitra Burnett. We have put in so much time, so much energy. And in a way, it's a real slap in the face, right? To have our budget, a quarter of our budget already gutted before we've even begun the Office of the Independent Monitor. But really, the problem is that it's not specific enough. If you see in the written budget amendment, in the third line, there's the last line of the additional $132,000 would fund contracts specifically dedicated to faith-based spaces willing to provide a range of gun violence prevention and intervention services, including assessments, monitoring, so on and so forth. So that, they're taking money from the Office of the Independent Monitor, the data analyst position that is going to be able to use the data to actually hold police accountable for misconduct. And it doesn't surprise me whatsoever that this has come from Barbara McKinney and Alder Sherry Carter, because they've been in absolute opposition to the PCOB and the Independent Monitor, the Office of the Independent Monitor, since the very beginning. And they're the perfect example of why we need to keep money out of elections. They have received funding year after year from the police union. And these are the monsters that are created, where we have budget amendments to purposefully gut an office that's going to hopefully help citizens' voices be heard. Those kids who have been pepper sprayed, the young people who are being pulled over, the Tony Robinsons, right? I want to remind the mayor, Madam Mayor, that you have the power to request that there be a further investigation done behind that shooting. Please look into Judge Peterson's judgment so that you know what that judge recommends is that there be a jury trial. We're talking about not a civil claim, but a criminal complaint. That's not me.
And that's time.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Maya Pearson of District 14, to be followed by John Milton.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the time. So I'm also part of the Police Civilian Oversight Board, as well as like Shakira and Keitra hold many different hats in our community as well. And I am in opposition of the Amendment 12, which is basically, again, gutting our budget. We have worked extremely hard and put in a lot of time to ensure that this happens. Not only has our PCOB group worked very hard, but the community in itself has worked extremely hard in making sure that we were even created and that we get an independent monitor hired as soon as possible. And so for me, I feel that is super, super disheartening to hear. We weren't even given a heads up. And when we found out the information, it was a surprise to us that our budget that we have been working hard to try to form the independent monitors office won't even be there enough to have a data analyst. We're trying to make sure that by the end of the year, we have our independent monitor. And if we want that office to be set up for success, then we need the data analyst, and we can't wait until, next year at the end of the year, or even possibly 2 years. That role is as important as the independent monitor. And for us for the Common Council to even think that it's okay to cut our budget, shame on every single person that is going forward and trying to push this forward. Shame on my alder who is trying to push this forward, and I just, am so flabbergasted at the fact that this is even a conversation when the community needs this, Madison needs this, and here we are already trying to set it up so that it fails. And just to echo what Shadera has mentioned and to echo what Keitra have mentioned, we need to hold police accountable. And this is the office that's for the community, by the community, and that needs to happen. And we need to make sure that it is funded correctly and that we continue doing what we need to do to make sure that it's set up for success. And if it's not, shame on the mayor, shame on common council, shame on all the people who are trying to disempower the community to have a real voice and to stand up and be able to magnify their voices as well. And for our children, for our youth, for the people who are most marginalized by police officers, like, I don't understand how we're not investing in this, how we're trying to cut the funding. So I just wanted to make that comment. And again, I'm in opposition of the Amendment 12. And again, like I would say, if this gets passed, I will make a big ruckus about it. And again, shame on everyone who has said something about it.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next potential is John Milton of District 9.
They are not in the list.
All right. Shisenpuya Mua.
No.
Isidore Knox.
No.
Megan Burge.
No.
Or Lauren Byrne.
No.
All right. Well, that brings us to the end of the folks wanting to speak on the operating budget. Are there questions for any of our registrants on the operating budget? Alder Bennett?
Hi, two things. Eve Galanter, who is the presiding president of the Madison Public Library Board, had additional comments and was cut off during public comment. I asked if it's okay with the body for Eve to get another minute to speak. And then also Shadera was cut off, and if they could get, they were cut off by, I don't know, some ringing or something. If they could get, an additional minute or 30 seconds to finish up what they were saying as well.
So, Alder, absolutely. But let me just clarify, if any Alder wishes to move another minute for a registrant, the appropriate time to do it is as their time is called. Now that we're in questions, the appropriate thing to do would be for you to ask Shadera or whoever, would you like to finish your comments?
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know which one was appropriate.
That's okay. That's why I'm explaining.
Thank you.
So do you want to start with Eve?
Yes, Eve.
If Eve's still here, can we bring her back?
Yes, I had to promote Eve to a panelist. Should be showing up.
Yes, thank you. Let me summarize. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Eve. Alder Bennett wanted you to wondered what the end of your comments were.
Okay. Allowing us to use $70,000 in library reserve operating funding would provide a 0.7 FTE library assistant and 20 hours a week of library page time, restoring service to the community by our fabulous Monroe Street Library staff by 2 full days. This is similar to the amendment that was introduced to the Finance Committee, but unfortunately, by the time it was our turn, the levy limit had been reached. We're grateful it was placed on file without prejudice, so we're here again with the unanimous vote of the Madison Public Library Board to ask for your support and approval of this amendment. Finally, if you walk or drive by the Monroe Street Library, you can see in the window a neon sign that says open. Please help us to light that sign 5 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Bennett, any additional questions?
Yes. Thank you, Eve. And Shady, Shadera, would you like to finish up your comments?
I really would. Thank you so much, Alder Bennett. There were a couple other civilians who called in tonight, and they had very good points. One was bad departments are hella expensive, and we want to help. At least I personally want to help make sure that we have a better department. Also, there was another good question, is who are the MPD by Sally? I want to make sure that the chief knows that in budget allocation, that it's not a reflection on how civilians feel about you as a person, right? Like that we need to make sure that we're spending money in ways that make the healthiest, safest community we can. I just want to thank everyone for all of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for our registrants? President Abbas.
Thank you. I have a question for Anthony Cooper.
Do we have Anthony Cooper with us still?
Yes.
Go ahead, President Abbas.
Thank you. Good evening, Anthony, and thanks for your testimony. I have one question for you. Could you please talk about your work as your own organization, the work you're doing on focus interruption and also under the umbrella of public health? So I would like to get some clarity. How does that work between you and them?
Okay, awesome. Thank you for calling me. So if focus interruption, I mean, one of the main things, just to kind of really put it out there, is that, we've been doing this work for the last 6 years and earning the trust of our affected communities and neighborhoods, the families, individuals who are at risk for gun violence and experiencing gun violence. We show up at the hospitals, we've showed up on the scenes, and we've developed partnerships with law enforcement as well as with public health. Some of those partnerships is even with the partnerships that we do have with public health, it is just being able to help us maintain and to gather some of the data and things of that nature to be able to help us to be a part of the work that what we're doing, but also even in our own space, we also try to make sure that we are connecting with national partners and to be able to do what works and being able to have not only when I talk about GVRS, but then also because those are the proven strategies, right? That's one piece of it. But then also us inside of public health, it just won't work, right? Because one of the, I mean, we have to be very honest with ourselves is the fact that it is an institution. A lot of the individuals who we work with and have built very strong partnerships throughout our community, from grassroots leaders to individuals who are trying to change their life around and who want something different. We have to go about things in a different way, but to provide a very positive result. One of the main things, especially talking with GVRS, is the fact that they do and have focused on what works. I mean, the fact that to be able to reduce gun violence by 60%, that's huge for any community. But then also, we've already laid out some of the as far as the network, but now being able to be able to have a proven strategy, that only makes what we are currently doing stronger. And then also, but that does not exclude public health. That does not exclude working with hospitals. That does not exclude working with the communities, right? All of us are working with city government. It takes all of us to be able to make this thing work and being able to make sure that, and being able to make sure that we're having the real conversations, but also having real action behind it.
Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate the answer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Miadze, questions for registrants?
Yeah, I had a follow-up question for Mr. Anthony Cooper. First, I want to thank him for all the work that he's done since 1996. So with a son that goes to East High School, I'm just wondering, what do you see as plans or strategies to engage a situation like things that are going on at East High School?
One, I think Well, thank you for asking that question. I really appreciate the question. The fact that, again, it is about us working all together as a community. And then also allowing organizations like ours, Focus Interruption, even also having the additional conversations with GVRS and other organizations who are also working and being a part of the school district as well. I think that's we have to include, but not just the organizations. We also have to include the parents on a higher level and saying, hey, look, you know what? Let's have, because I said it earlier, we cannot arrest our way out of these situations. Yeah, we do have, my sons went to East as well, right? So there are going to be some challenges. There's some challenges all throughout the United States, where challenges in our city. But the only way that we can really, truly approach them is if we work together. That means talking with parents, having them involved, but not criticizing the parents either. Because even for some of their norms that they may feel is normal, we have to be able to have those conversations. Because one of the things I think is also a problem is the fact that we're not only are we having the situations in the school, but also when they leave outside of the school. But there's things that happen inside of the school district that a lot of times in our community, we don't necessarily know until it comes out of the school. So they come to all of us working together in partnership. And that means everyone. Parents, uncles, grandparents, and one of the things, and I've said this very publicly in the past, even if you're going to have law enforcement that's going to be a part of the school district, it has to be a different way, right? It has to be a different way. They have to be able to change their approach. I've said that very publicly. I even believe I've shared that with Chief Barnes. They have to have a different approach, but it takes all of us to be able to work together, right? Before things get too far, because they've gotten bad. I mean, what's the old saying? Going bad to worse. We don't want it to keep going down this trail of, now the next step is we're going to start having metal detectors in all the schools, right? Next thing, I mean, these are just the things that, for me and my team, that what we think about. Because many of us, we have kids that are in the school, but I think more than anything, we love and we care for this community. And we know things can be better. So whatever we have to do to be able to bring people to the table to be a part of what better can look like, that's what we're willing to do. That's why, we beg for the assistance. To be able to have the altered amendment to be put in there, right? To be able to support so we can expand our team. But at the same time, and we've been through this before, we still have to be able to keep going forward to be able to do the best at what we can with what we have. Even though when we're being called to do more. But we also know that we have to be able to do this with everyone on board. Sorry about that if I cut you off.
No, I was just saying thank you a lot for that answer. And we probably can talk more offline, because this is a community problem that we definitely should, even as alders, sit at the table and try to come up with a solution. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahila.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Anthony, for your leadership in this work. I've been watching the last 5 years, the work you do, so we really appreciate your leadership. My question is, can you share your work in collaboration or in partnership with the police department, and what has been the success rate in terms of making the community more comfortable with the work that you do?
So is it my honest answer to that is, what do you look at as being a success? If there's times that where they may have ways of saying, hey, look, if you can probably talk to this family member, I think it would be a blessing that you did so, not only for them, but also for our community. And that's the way how we approach it. That's what the relationship looks like. We do not work, and I make sure I say this, we don't work for law enforcement, and also law enforcement don't work for us. But at the same time, because we can at least have the conversation and saying, hey, you know what? We want better for our community. It's the same thing. We don't always have to see eye to eye for everything, but what we can do, at least being able to have the conversation, if there's a way that they may say, hey, you know what, go talk to Joe Bob if it's a possibility of talking to Joe Bob, because Joe Bob is, you know, we think some things may be flaring up with him or her. Right. And so we approach it that way. And that's pretty much what that relationship, and that's where that relationship ends. You know, the way I look at it, the way my team looks at it, law enforcement, they're going to do their job. Yeah. But our job is to make sure to also be able to talk about what opportunities can look like. You know, as many of you know, and some of you may not know, by being a man who is incarcerated, by being a Black man that also has two sons, but also, this is, you know, most of, I'm not going to say most of my family, but a lot of my family have been incarcerated in one way or another. And at the same time, who have been reincarcerated. Incarceration is not it. Many men and women, they want to be able to do something different with their lives, but at the same time, they also know they need help, and some people need convincing that they need help, and that is just one of those things. Those are the things when we can sit back, and again, going back to when we're talking about in public health of us being fully embraced in public health, we can have the partnership, the relationship to be able to talk about the data and to be able to do some of the things that are very system involved. That how we can talk about to be able to get additional funding to be able to help the community that would go directly to the community. That's what public health can help us to be able to do. So we need that relationship with them. But then also, we also have to be able to, there's conversations that what we have are very underneath the radar and very not open to anyone, to be honest. Because again, and I'm gonna throw myself in the ring. When I was out there doing the things that I should not have been doing before you got a chance to meet this Anthony, right? The thing is, I would never trust anyone. But the fact of being able to have the possibility to be able to meet someone who has been through it, but then also someone who can see me through it and want better for me as well. There's a different relationship there.
Yeah.
So that's go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, just saying thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Bennett?
Yes, thank you, Anthony, for coming here. I guess something that I'm still a bit, I don't want to say confused, but I don't fully understand yet, like, what is the difference between this money being in public health or CDD? And like, if the monies were to stay within public health right now, would that inhibit you from achieving the mission of like evidence-based approach to reducing gun violence? Or basically, will you be inhibited either way?
So one of the things that I would like to say to that is that one, how it would inhibit it is the fact that one, we're still dealing with an institution. Dealing with institutions, those bring about a certain different types of challenges, right? So if I was to work I will say me, if I was to work into public health, there's certain things that would have to go reported. There are certain things that may not or should not, and there's a way of. And we're, again, this is the honest, we want to make sure everyone's being honest here, is that there's things that at times that where being a credible messenger is the other way of being able to, or being a part of that, is that we're able to navigate and work with people in a different level than what we would be able to do in an institution. That's, you know, that hits home for everyone. That hits home for our community. That hits home for when there's times that where we've been in situations that where we've had families who have called, and, you know, their son or daughter have found themselves in a situation that where we've had to be able to walk them into, whether if it was better that they had someone walk them into being in custody, because we never know what that situation would have looked like. With the having the conversation with the parent, and again being the trusted person in that situation, and the same thing with and that's on both sides. Those are some of the things that we wouldn't be able to do with public health. The way how we're able to react to certain situations that are in the community, those are things that we would not be able to do. And so being able to change that and to be able to have the open dialogue when we are working with people and being able to help them to do better for themselves. Because again, many people who know me, you know, I never say, hey, this is what I'm doing for you. No, this is what we're doing for you. You know, there has to be a partnership. You have to want it better than I do, than I want it for you. That's, you know, that is something that what I live by. And I want to make sure that that's being said, because, you know, again, you'll be shocked on how many people really want to be able to do something different with their lives. But when we talk about trust, trauma, and all the other, sorry, I almost cussed, but all the other things that are going on through our community, people are scared.
Right.
People
okay.
Right. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm cutting you off. No, go ahead.
So, I mean, it's just, there's so many different limitations that where it's almost, is best, again, to be able to have the relationship, a strong relationship, but being able to pursue those things together in partnership instead of us being working in the actual institution.
So, like, just to summarize, I guess I understand, like, are you saying that by like working outside of like the institution of public health, you're afforded more opportunities to build relationships and trust within the community that wouldn't otherwise be there should this be within public health? Am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I know from our conversations when we did the State Street Walk, one of the big things was collecting data. And how would that be better or worse by being within public health or within your own entity?
I mean, as far as being within again, that kind of goes right back to what I mean as far as having a solid partnership. So you have a solid partnership where we can talk about the data, but then also, you know, because, and I'll share this as well, you know, because one thing of collecting data and being able to have the data to have the different conversations through an institution. But if the data is not helping the community, the data is useless, right? Right. So we have to go a step forward to be able to, all right, so how can we make sure the data that you collected is impacting the individuals who need the most assistance, if there is assistance that is needed? You know, and it is, and a big part of it, the way I look at it, is really being able to connect the dots. But then also, being able to connect the dots, if it works that much better, as doing it in partnership, not as in not working directly for the entity or institution.
Okay. Thanks so much, Anthony.
Yep, you're very welcome.
Alder. We have a number of alders in queue to ask questions. Alder Carter.
Can you come to me last?
Sure, Alder, you can drop out of the queue and get back in.
Oh, thank you.
Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. This question is also for Coop. Coop, thank you so much for being here and for all of your work. I'm unclear because the message that I feel like I've gotten from our conversations over the last several months is that it's really important for the sustainability of the important work that you do for these positions to become in-house. And what we're hearing now feels very different from that message, and it seems like it's changed very quickly. So I was wondering if you could explain why this change has occurred, or if I misunderstood the message earlier that it's important for the sustainability of this work for it to be in-house. Is this a change? And if so, what has brought that change about?
So, no, definitely you hit it on the head, right? So that was definitely a conversation that what we had, and then being able to really think about what are ways to be able to have the sustainability for our community, right? And also trying to, and honestly, the way I look at it is being able to make sure that sustainability is long term, and making sure that the progress of what is needed through our community is happening over that time, from the time that when we spoke, and we also kind of really identified a lot of the different challenges that why it wouldn't work there, right? Why it wouldn't work in the institution, and which may end up making more sense because, again, of being able to not being able to reach out to individuals the way that we normally would. That's one part of it, and not being able to embrace the community as we normally would as well. And that was something that we didn't, honestly, I didn't look at all the way through. Until once I seen it, I was like, okay, wow, there's some parts of this, it's not going to work. And that's why, I will continue to say, I want to make sure that we continue to build the strong relationship with, having a strong relationship with public health. That's one piece of it. And also being able to have a strong relationship with the rest of our community partners throughout our city. And those are things that just, it's almost, they go hand in hand. It's just impossible to be able to reach out to people the way that we do currently, but would still want the same sustainability. And honestly, I'd just rather go ahead and almost kind of bite the bullet in some sense and say, you know what? If it means working 24/7 to be able to encourage and being able to, with the hopes of being able to acquire or have more team members who can take on different responsibilities and things of that nature, I'd rather fight my way through that to make sure that sustainability is happening that way than just falling short and not being able to do the work effectively. But again, this isn't just me. This is also, being able to have partners with public health, being able to have partners with our hospitals, our other nonprofits that are here in our community, our grassroots leaders. This is our school district. This is something that if we're really talking about change, this is another way of being able to get there. But having that conversation was, again, because if I'm over the last 6 years, and it's been a struggle, right? It's it's as I guess as my older folks in my community would say, sometimes you have to take your lumps and keep going, and that's what I have done for the last 6 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Lemmer. Alder Harrington McKinney, and then Alder Carter, I'll come to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Coop, I'd like to ask you, and you referred to the last 6 years. has it been easy establishing that trusting relationship? What did that look like when you first started, and what does it look like now?
I mean, I think by being able to say, I had probably a little bit more of different types of connections before even we started. As many of you know, I'm the also Vice President at Nehemiah for Reentry Services. Many people know me also for doing job development in our community or helping people find jobs or odd jobs and things of that nature as well. So being able to have those different type of, and also being someone who was also incarcerated at one point in my life and doing work outside of reentry, outside of some of the other things that I've been a part of way beforehand, that helped me quite a bit. But then also being able to connect my staff and others along the way. I think now, if I go backwards and go forward, it really, if anything, we're still having either stronger conversations, and a lot of times, we have community members that may reach out, even more, just saying, hey, look, my son is this is what's going on. Or, we're having, people call, even times when there's things that are going on in individual communities, and say, like, man, I don't know what's about to happen. Something seemed like it may happen. And also we have a different way of approaching it. And also being able to step into the midst of some stuff of some things that a lot of times some people would have been arrested. But when we're able to de-escalate that situation in a different way, that's also helping people as well. In the midst of being able to talk about what can you do differently? What can we do differently, right? To be, and also, and again, it becomes a different type of partnership that, there's been times when people, the fact that because we've had to respond to a hospital or even on the scene somewhere, because of the relationships that we have throughout the community, that has helped to be able to de-escalate some things that there's been times when we've had 70 people show up at a hospital, right? And being able to, talk to them and saying, like, look, man, we understand you're upset, and being able to navigate that incident or navigate what could have potentially been something a lot worse. Again, we're community servants at the end of the day, and we go about things differently. And that has go about things differently, but also have some positive relationships also with people. Because again, most people don't want to go to jail. Most people, they don't, again, many want an alternative, but sometimes have to be taught and have to be talked through that in that situation, in that very heated moment, when they're dealing with trauma, right? When they're dealing with losing a loved one. And that's even after the hospital.
Madam Mayor, may I ask?
All those things are important. I'm sorry.
Oh, Madam Mayor, may I ask one follow-up question, and then I'll be done?
Yes, Alder.
Okay. Could you, and you talked about relationships and with other community organizations, and you talked about relationships with the police. Would you share how the faith community has entered and played a role or not a role, or where do they fit in what you do in terms of our community building and making our community safe? Can you speak to that?
One of the things that I feel very strongly in saying, it's not too many pastors or even clergies or members of different congregations in our community that I don't know. And it's not even, just churches. There's, I'm a person, I'll reach out to a synagogue if I have to, right? If it will be able to build that relationship. Those are, I think, again, those are one of the things with with everyone being able to talk about what all hands on deck looks like. From Pastor G, Pastor Dave, it's not. I feel like there's the way of being able to ask them for assistance. That's even, again, one of the things as far as with GVRS, again, that's also expanding that and being able to get them connected as well so they know what the GVRS looks like. Excuse me. And making sure that we're having this extended, not only relationship, but then also making sure those things also live outside of just Anthony Cooper. Our program is not just Anthony Cooper, right? So I want to make sure I say that, right? Nick Loomis, we have Jerome Dillard, Aaron Hicks, and others we have our community safety workers that we're trying to expand and do throughout our community. Those are, again, it takes a community to be able to also heal our community as well. It takes our people who are in our community to be able to change what is happening. So again, and that's respectfully saying that, I'm glad you asked that question. We want to eventually have another GVRS meeting to be able to explain what GVRS is and to be able to get other clergy members and things of that nature involved in that process. It's important, and other community people. That's, again, it's a must. That's why we're still pushing forward to being able to try to make sure those relationships are happening.
Any other questions, Alder?
I'm complete. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Coop.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Carter?
Thank you. And thank you for all your answers to all of our questions tonight, Coop. One of the things that I want to really look at and really have you sum up all of what you've said tonight is that back in 2016, FIC hit the ground running, and over the last years, you have expanded your collaboration, not only with public health, who eventually had a violence prevention unit, but you've expanded it with other organizations and institutions. With that, where do you see yourself going, let's say in the next 4 years? And I know that when you are working with everyday people, that you have to speak the language of everyday people. And those of us who know what that is, we know what that is. So can you tell me that where do you think your organization will be in the next 4 years? And what kind of collaborations are still on the horizon?
Well, I'll answer both of those questions. I think one, in the next 4 years, again, really being able to expand our outreach team as well as our community safety workers team, and with the hope of being able to continue to de-escalate and being able to provide more trainings throughout our community as a whole. I think that's, and trainings, that's one thing, but then also other programs that where we are really hitting home for people and having elongated, I would like to say, conversations, but also having programs in each of our communities that are helping people get to the next step. And not to say that, and being able to utilize what we have in our communities as well. We have phenomenal organizations that are through our communities currently, but then also we all know that sometimes, some people may not always feel like they make that fit. and being able to sometimes, I shouldn't say sometimes, but being able to connect the dots there as well. I think that one is something that what we have to do. Now, but then I think, I'm sorry, one of your other questions was as far as, sorry, I'm drawing a blank just a little bit here. But can you repeat your last question for me, please?
Oh, what collaborations do you see in the horizon? Additional collaborations?
Right. So again, some of our additional collaboration, one is definitely connecting more with more grassroots leaders who are coming up, but then also being able to talk to a lot of getting our private sector more involved in our community. I think that's the business community really kind of getting them to navigate and not to look at our community like, oh, whoa, it's just them, but getting them to understand how important it is that we work together as community on a regular basis. Not just when incidents happen, not just when we lose someone, not when we find out that someone wants to, because it just happened in their community, it happened in their neighborhood. Now someone wants to do something about it. What can we do to do more preventive work throughout our community? What can we do to be able to look at, and this is just me dreaming with you all at this very moment. What can we do to be able to talk about, mental health programming throughout our communities, and also being able to provide other job training and things of that nature throughout our community. Connecting more with the Urban League, getting them even tied to other people throughout the community, growing with other partnerships through YWCA and others. These are stuff that what we have to do, being tied even more with our Boys and Girls Club. Everyone plays a part in what we do throughout our community. That's what that 4 or 5 years looks like to me. But I think also people owning it and saying, hey, look, and when there's challenges, that we work together on it as a community to be able to change what that narrative can look like, right? Because, I'll be honest with you, all of you all, is the fact that I'm tired of bearing babies. I'm tired of bearing our young men, right? I'm tired of bearing these young ladies, excuse me, as well. But even with our older gentlemen and women that are dying by the hands of someone, where there's gun violence, or if it's or at the hands of someone else, period. We have to, even at some point, we have relationships with domestic violence programs, rape crisis center. I mean, so again, violence is just not just one thing. So it's something that I want to make sure but the only way that we're able to challenge it and get in front of it, again, that we are working together. We have to.
Exactly. Thank you so much for summing that up.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Alder. I now have additional alders in the queue with questions. Alder Conklin.
I do have a question, but I would love to give Brother Anthony a little rest. He might need to get some water. So could I ask a question of Nick Loomis, please?
Do we still have Nick Loomis?
I'm here. Thank you all for engaging on this critical issue at this critical time.
Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, thank you so much, Nick, for still being here. So my question is, Nick, could you give us a little bit of your background, like where you came from and kind of what drew you to Focus Interruption and what made you get involved?
Sure. So my name is Nick Loomis. I was born and raised in Madison. I went to West. That will matter to some people and be totally irrelevant to everyone else. But I lived in Chicago for about 10 years. While I was in Chicago, I worked for some of the top community gun violence prevention organizations in the country. Ended up getting a master's in social work from the University of Chicago, specializing in the administration of community gun violence prevention programs. I came home, became a Madison police officer briefly. I was a Madison cop for about 15 minutes. I left, and it was great training, great experience, great friendships, but left and was hired later that afternoon by my boss, Anthony Cooper. Coop and I have been speaking and talking about community gun violence prevention for a couple of years prior to that. He'd come down to Chicago and seen the work we were doing there, and we'd been talking about what effective community gun violence prevention could look like in Madison. And so the stars aligned, and we've been working together ever since. It's been an absolute honor. What we're talking about when we talk about this alternate amendment to Amendment 8, what this comes down to is this is an investment. This will be an investment in an evidence-based, comprehensive approach to violence reduction, which the Madison area is lacking. Like, we don't have the prevention infrastructure in place. We don't have it to scale. And we are absolutely committed to making this happen, and absolutely committed to working with any and all partners who wish to be a part of this. Focus Interruption is well positioned to implement a Madison area gun violence reduction strategy for several reasons. First, it's been on the ground since 2016, supporting victims and their families and building relationships with local nonprofits and government agencies. Effective gun violence reduction requires communication and collaboration between a wide range of partners, including, first and foremost, people at highest risk of gun violence and their families, as well as social services and law enforcement. Finally, Focus Interruption is committed to combining the lived experience of people most impacted by violence in the criminal justice system with evidence-based programming proven to keep people safe and free. This combination of experience and knowledge is absolutely essential to create a safer, fairer city for all. And we've been working on that since 2016, and we are going to continue to do so in 2022 by implementing this evidence-based life-saving strategy.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I got one more follow-up question.
Sure.
Could you tell us a little bit about some of the relationships you've built just here in Madison, over the past 5 years? Can you tell us some of the relationships you built and how important it is for your work to build these relationships? And just a little follow-up of how it cannot be done if not fully funded.
Sure, great question. So one thing that I have to say and give acknowledgement and respect to is Coop, the people who founded Focus Interruption, who are still with us at Focus Interruption, they have created relationships, strong, ongoing, professional relationships with all of the partners necessary to implement effective programming. I mean, one thing you see around the country where effective interventions fail is failed relationships between, and it could be there's just so many different institutions and individuals that have to be on the same page, who have to be ruthlessly and relentlessly focused on keeping people safe, that oftentimes those relationships break down. We have to have relationships with people at highest risk of gun violence victimization or perpetration, a small group of young men with extreme trauma histories, extreme criminal histories who are in crisis. We have to be engaging with them, legitimate with them. We have to be engaging with their families. But at the same time, we have to turn around and be engaging with bodies like this, city council, be engaging with law enforcement, be engaging with hospitals, and to have an organization, to have a group of people who can establish and maintain those relationships is absolutely essential and extremely difficult. And it shows the skill and heart of Coop and the people in Focus Interruption who have worked so hard to create and maintain those relationships. It also shows the quality and the character of the individuals and systems that they are engaging with. Because at the end of the day, while there are a lot of different opinions and a lot of different thoughts on how to move the city forward, one thing that every single person here agrees is that every single person here life matters, and every single person in this area's life matters equally. And that this problem of community gun violence, this plague that is infecting our city and has been killing our young men for the past few years must end. And everyone has a role to play. Whether you're listening to this at home and you're an engaged citizen or you're a alder, we all have a role to play, whether that's donating a little bit of money, voting a certain way, whether it's our staff who are work tirelessly and relentlessly to move this forward. Those relationships and that understanding is key. And so what we need is to, on top of those relationships, build a comprehensive infrastructure, evidence-based programming that can leverage those relationships and turn that into real reductions, real significant, measurable, permanent reductions in shootings that keep people safe and keep people free. And the only way to do that is with funding, significant investment in funding. This 415, this alternative, which is in the alternative amendment 8, this would be a significant step in the right direction in investing in this future for our city.
Thank you, Nick. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, for the third time on questions.
Hi. Okay, this will be my last time. I don't make promises, but I promise. This is for Nick or Anthony. I guess I really appreciate the evidence-based approach to this. And from what I understand from our conversations and from this meeting is that moving this out of public health will help with, I heard mainly like duplication of efforts and not wanting to do that. And then also in the vein of not working within institutions and how that allows you more leverage. So this isn't in relation to number 8, but in number 12, I understand this amendment is for gun violence prevention and intervention, and moving funds from the Office of the Independent Monitor, which I think it's ironic that it's a data analyst position, and moving that into public health. So I guess my question to you is like, were you involved in conversations of moving funds from the Independent Monitor to public health for gun violence reduction? And like, would that essentially duplicate the efforts that you're already doing?
We weren't involved in any conversations around that.
Not involved at all. And something I do want to make sure is said, because I'm also on that committee as well, and to hear how that that was something to what Keitra kind of mentioned earlier. No one had a heads up or anything about that at all. So I was not involved in that whatsoever.
Okay.
But thank you for asking.
Right. And would it duplicate your efforts or no?
If anything, I think it wouldn't necessarily duplicate the efforts. Again, it would be one of those things that would support even more of what we're doing as well. I mean, that's what we would hope, right? To support in being able to help navigate the data that we would get from that. So and again, the whole position and everything is very new. So that would also be another relationship that we would want to build, that we will have to have through our agency.
Sure. So, well, I guess, Anthony, since you're in both of those realms, on PCOB and within the realm of gun violence reduction and just an organizer writ large, I guess it's an awkward position to be put in with taking funds from the Independent Monitor but also wanting to support gun violence. Do you think this is the right way to go about that? Or how would it pose as a hindrance to the Office of the Independent Monitor from your perspective?
In my mind, right, I think there's a way to be able to make sure both is funded. That's, there's no other way for me to really answer that. So I think that's really the only thing I could really say at this point. Again, just now hearing today that the fact that these funds will be taken away from that Office of Independent Monitor, that, again, that's one of those things. It's kind of like, okay, wait a minute. When did that decision take place? So, that's the best way I can really answer that to you, truthfully.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Anthony, I know we have been talking about this for weeks and weeks, and I think we're all a little bit tired. I'm glad to hear that Alder Lemmer wasn't the only one surprised with this change. So, and I know there's a lot of discussions going on this regard, but I'm still struggling with this idea that public health is seen as an institution, but yet the city of Madison is not seen as an institution. Like, I don't understand what is the difference. Where is who's writing the check? Like, can I please get clarity on that? They're both institutions in my mind, so I'm still don't understand that.
Well, as far as, I guess the best way of really explaining that, working is just like if, trying to compare it to if I was a social worker and I worked in the human services, there are things that I would have to report no matter what. There are things that, right? But then if I'm working with a social worker type agency that doesn't have the same restraints, that would be a different. It would be a difference. And then also, I probably want Nick to also, because he has some of that background as well, right? And so I think that would be something, Nick, if you don't mind kind of jumping onto that as well as a social worker, right? Having some of that knowledge.
Yeah, and that's a great question. I'll figure out Cole. Just to be clear, what we're talking about, though, the difference would be. The difference we're talking about is having staff and this programming be public health employees working for public health or focus interruption employees working for a community-based organization. So in terms of where the funding is coming from, if it comes from CDD, if it comes from public health, that, on the programming end of things doesn't really make that much of a difference. We're happy to work with either institution. It was more about by going inside, by turning our staff into employees, we lose flexibility. We lose a certain amount of legitimacy with, key groups, especially those, community members and people at highest risk. And while we knew that at the beginning, it's a trade-off between flexibility and sustainability when it comes to going inside and becoming government employees. And I think over the course of the past few months, we saw that we were just losing too much flexibility and for not enough sustainability. So I think by staying on the outside, receiving those government funds, but being able to implement them in a much more flexible and evidence-based way is probably our best way forward.
I have another question. So what are the data requirements you currently have under CDD? Why are those data requirements so different, will be so different than whatever the health department may have? Can you elaborate on what are based on your contract with the CDD, what is the data requirement look like?
I guess I'm not sure I fully understand the question. So the data.
Let me rephrase, and if you allow me, please. So you're saying, if I understood correctly, there's when you make that analogy between a social worker working for HR, and you have to report to them things that perhaps you don't have to report to another agency that is also social worker. So and then also you mentioned how not being under health will give you more flexibility on that reporting structure. So I'm trying to understand what reporting structure you think has today or has had the last 4 or 5 years under the CDD contract? What does that reporting structure look like? What do they ask? How loose is that reporting?
Sure, and just to be clear, the reporting structure isn't really the problem. You know, it was more about whether our staff are employees versus employees of an institution versus employees of a nonprofit, which just has more flexibility kind of inherently. So the reporting structure, you know, we work very well with CDD, we work very well with public health. We will always be continuing to improve the ways we gather data and which data we collect, and we'll match that with kind of best practice from national experts. So just to be clear, like the reporting isn't, there's no real issue there. We're happy to work, like I said, we're happy to work with CDD through a contract. We're happy to work with public health through a contract. We have great relationships with both. We have a great history with both.
But something I think I just want to just add in there. Sorry, Nick. I think it's also just the way how we would hire, right, is different than what working through an institution would be. More than likely, I'm sorry, let me re-say that. We will be hiring more people with lived experience who embodies, who wants to change what our community looks like, right? Because that lived experience is also giving us the additional ways of how we can navigate different communities as well. There's, you know, and that's also another process to that as well, to being able to expand what does that look like.
Thank you, Anthony. Okay, go ahead. So my last question. Again, maybe I just misunderstood on the last 3-4 weeks that we have been talking about this, but I thought the intent was for public health to facilitate a hiring process that will give preference to living experiences people, specifically the people working with you. That's not the case?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat that for me?
So I thought I was under the impression that public health was going to establish a process to make sure to incorporate life experiences as part of the hiring process and prioritize your staff.
Yeah, that was a conversation. That was a conversation of trying to see how would that process work. Again, but I think that still at times it would still go through the process, the institution, shall I say, whether or not before they would even come to us. So we wouldn't have a vital say in saying, hey, I'll say Anthony or Joe Bob wouldn't have, by us staying our own entity, we have more control over that, saying, hey, look, not only have we worked with this person in the past, but also we've seen the growth with this person that may not look the same way by it going through a formal HR process. Because because even at one point, even in my own life, again, I do often reflect back to myself that after filling out jobs, 450 jobs, and the only job I ended up getting was being able to work at Papa John's at that time. 9 times out of 10, you wouldn't have hired me either, right? So because you didn't know, also if you didn't have the exact same experience, or if I did not look to get through the final process or get through a process just by my application. So we're changing the narrative with that as well. And by us continue to stay in our own organization, that also helps not only those individuals who have changed and want change to be more part of life, who wants to set a legacy for themselves and for their family. That's another part of why we do the work that what we do. To be able to recreate and change and have more change agents in our community that may not have looked like they were possible to have change.
Okay, I have one more question and I'm done, I promise. So if the amendment doesn't pass and you guys have to stay under public health, with the knowledge that we also were able to secure $200,000 to allow the program to expand outside of Madison. So there's money there to be able to operate outside of the city boundaries. What would that look like for you guys?
If you don't mind repeating that one more time for me, Alder Cole.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe my Puerto Rican.
I'm sorry, you just kind of blanked out. Went out a little bit on my.
Okay, sure. I go ahead. So we secured $200,000 from the county to allow the program to expand outside the city of Madison. Currently, the funding that you have or you had so far has only been available for the city of Madison. So we have an extra $200,000 on top of the $415,000, so that will be $615,000. If this amendment doesn't pass and you end up under the umbrella of public health, how will that? What would be the outlook for you guys?
Again, we'll still have to continue to build our organization to scale. But also, we're going to be right back in the same. We'll continue to have these same exact conversations, right, and try to do our best to being able to still push going forward. We have to.
Yep.
I mean,
right.
That's the I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, I think like you were saying earlier, we will have to be all hands on deck on this, and we need to figure out how to work this out. And I think it cannot be underestimated.
Alder, questions, Alder.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. So anyhow, thank you, and thank you for all your work. And yeah, that's also I have right now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alders, let me point out that at this point in time, it's unlikely we'll get to the operating budget tonight. You will also have the opportunity to ask questions of staff, and several of you are in the queue for the second and third time, but not Alder Benford. Alder Benford?
Thanks, Mayor. Things have changed since the old days where we were up to 5:30 in the morning during this process. So,
I hope we learned some lessons, Alder.
I hope so I won't contribute to that. I just have a couple quick questions for Mr. Cooper and for Mr. Loomis. Either one of you can answer it. I'm just curious, since Focus Interruption Coalition started, how many individuals would you guesstimate that in families that you worked with over the years?
You know, and I wish I had the paper with me right now, but we've been in contact with guesstimate we've been in contact with about 500 families.
Okay, 500. And Mr. Cooper, how many of those families were Black or brown? Would you guess a percentage?
I'll say probably 85 to 90% of them were Black or brown.
Here's my last question, and perhaps I don't mean it to be philosophical, but you must sit in your office, Mr. Cooper, and I'm having a hard time calling Nick Mr. Loomis. I've known Nick since he was pretty young, but Mr. Loomis, you all, so here we're talking about 400 something thousand. We're talking about, it almost feels like there's, I don't want to say competition with public health or anything. So we're talking 400,000. You mentioned 500 families, individuals. You must at times wonder, for $400,000 as a community, what price tag do we put on lives, on human lives? Because you see the faces, you talk to the families, right? How do you feel? You mentioned all hands on deck and that we have to scale this up as a community. So do you look at this as a first step into laying a stronger foundation?
Alder Benford, you asked a question that I often get emotional about because of simple factors. I mean, one, putting dollars on lives, that's it gets hard, man. Excuse me, Alder. I just as far as I think it continues to be a struggle. There's a lot of stuff that, where to me, I feel let's do what makes sense. It's not. I mean, it's not. A person would have to be blind not to be able to see that where we've been working with what we have to the best of our ability, but we know that we need more in order to be able to do the work that what we're doing for our community and to be able to stretch. We've been stretched thin. And in most of the shootings, I want to say at least 80, or I would say more around 90% of the shootings that that happen in our community. If our team is not able to be there, or even if they are there, I'm still there. And all of that good stuff, right? And we know, again, it kind of goes right back again to what we're saying as far as all hands on deck, and we need more people to be able to support not only just the families, also for people to be able to get it. Because this is, I mean, how we can't continue like this. Us being inside of public health, public health, while us being in competition with public health as an entity that we all know is going to navigate differently. Anyone who has worked in any public service field understands that. And if we have the opportunity to be able to change what is going on in our community, we have an opportunity to expand and also bring what works for our community and can work for our community, and it's been proven throughout with other communities that is similar size to ours. It bothers me quite a bit, but at the same time, this is something that needs to be done, and again, we're going to continue to push going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I'm sorry if my question caused any type of trauma. You've been to the funerals. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. All right. We have no alders in the queue to ask questions of registrants. So I will close the public hearing on item 2. And that is the end of our public comment for the evening and for our budget meetings. I'm going to suggest that now is a good time to take another short break and to come back and start in on the capital budget. Is there a motion?
I move for a 10-minute break.
Second.
Moved in second to take a 10-minute break. That would put us at 9:31. Is there any objection to taking recording unanimous vote? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote, and we are recessed until 9:31 p.m. We're at 9:31 p.m. I'll ask alders to come back and turn their cameras on and the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Curry. Alder Curry. Not here yet. Alder Evers.
Here.
Present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Present. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Present. Alder Limmer.
Here.
Present. Vice President Martin.
Here.
Present. Alder Mayadzi. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Present. Alder Vidavere.
Here.
Present. Alder Wahilier.
Here.
Present. President Abbas.
Present.
Present. Alder Alborez.
Here.
Present. Alder Binford. Alder Binford is present.
Present.
Alder Bennett.
Here.
Present. Alder Carter. Alder Carter is
Present.
present. Alder Conklin.
Here.
Present. And Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we will take up the capital budget. And just to speak briefly to process first, a couple of things. We'll move through the amendments in the order that they are numbered by the Finance Department. I'll turn to the first name on the sponsor list for the motion, and generally the second name for the second, but feel free to chime in if you really feel strongly about making that second. We'll there's a couple where we'll pause and I'll recommend that we place them on the table in order to take them up in after we know what happens in the operating budget. For each one, we'll get the motion on the table first, then we'll I think probably it will make sense for us to first go to questions for staff and then allow the sponsor to speak in discussion and then any further discussion, unless there's objection to proceeding in that order. And I think that is all I have in terms of our process. Are there any questions on process? Alder Figueroa Cole. You're muted, Alder.
Thank you again. So since there has been so many amendments flying around, is it too much for me to ask to have the amendment on the screen as we speak?
I am not sure, but we could ask finance staff if that's something that they're able to do.
Thank you.
I'd be able to share that, Mayor.
All right. So, Christine, if you can just show the detail of the amendment on the screen, so we all know we're at least looking at the same page.
Will do.
And that'd be great. Thank you, Christine. Alder Harrington McKinney, a question on process?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Could you tell me, will we be consistent in the number of times that one can speak on, or will this be open or flexible? I just want to get a sense of how many times we're going to be allowed to speak on any one issue.
Alder, that's an excellent question. I believe your adopted rules technically ask that you only speak twice on a motion, which means that For any amendment that's moved, you would be requested to limit yourself to speaking 2 times on that amendment. I'm sure that we would all be happy if people would limit themselves to speaking once on an amendment, but that's your prerogative. I also remind you, I hope that we don't need to monitor this, but you are limited to speaking for 10 minutes total on an item, whether that's once or twice. All right. So President Abbas, can I get a motion on the capital budget as amended by the Finance Committee, please?
Yep. Move motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the 2022 capital budget as amended by the Finance Committee. And now we'll move into amendments, starting with amendment number 1. I'll wait for Christine to share her screen, which is impacting the Community Development Division and proposes establishing an accessory dwelling unit lending program. Alder Evers, would you like to move this?
Yes, move for approval.
Alder Foster?
Second.
Or Alder Heck, would you second?
Oh, sorry, second. That must not heard me.
Thank you. So moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff on amendment number 1? Alder Foster.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask Lynette Rhodes if she could give a brief overview of what the program would look like.
Lynette?
Sure, thanks. So this is a proposal that we've been working with the alders and also planning on, as well as one of the opportunities to increase housing stock in the city of Madison. Planning has been working on the ordinance related side of how we can build more accessory dwelling units. We've been working on the financing side. So this would be an opportunity where many people in our community have barriers to getting traditional financing in order to construct accessory dwelling units. So the city of Madison would act as a lender, per se in this case, where we would be providing the potential construction financing. So most likely we would still have to work out some details of the terms and conditions, but we would run it similar to some of our other rehab programs that we offer, where someone could come in and get installment loan financing for a small interest rate, pay us back installment loans. And in response, we can get a new unit in our community, and also maybe set some additional limits, like how much the rent limits would be, who they would be potentially renting to, and those kinds of things. So all of our loan policies do go to the CDBG committee. So if this is approved, we would take those loan policies to our committee to have that vetted there as well. But overall, it would be a financing program, very similar again to our rehab programs for people who have barriers in the traditional housing market, which again, that's what we see a lot with these accessory dwelling units. People cannot access traditional loans from a bank.
Thank you. President Abbas, questions?
Thank you. Lynette, quick question. So this is going to be only for new construction or major renovation?
So accessory dwelling units can be a new construction, but it also can be renovations. People can put ADUs in their in their homes.
So it's more like, I just want to understand this. So beside new construction, it could be also if somebody want to have a expansion of their houses. Is this really eligible, putting a new room in the back?
It would still have to be an accessory dwelling unit. So they'd still have to be working with our planning department to create an accessible dwelling unit, which is adding a new parcel to their property. If someone is looking to do just general rehab, so not adding an accessible dwelling unit, they could come in through the city's rehab program, but this is really focused on getting a accessible dwelling unit built on that property.
Can I ask a follow-up question to Matt Tucker if he's here?
Go ahead, President Abbas.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Matt. Could you please, because Lynette mentioned about within a parcel, so from zoning standpoint, how much location do you need beside your own house if you want to expand your property or construction? How does that work? And what would be the process for your surrounding neighbors if they object, the property is getting too close to their living room or whatnot? You understand those type of scenarios. So I'm curious, what is your response?
Alder, I'm going to allow this, but you're getting a little far afield from the amendment, which is really about establishing a loan program. We've already had the discussion on the zoning changes.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate. I'm trying to understand how this loan program will work. So I believe that my question is relevant. If you allow me to ask.
Yeah, I'll allow it, but just be careful, Alder. You're on the edge.
Sure, yes. The accessory dwelling unit is probably best paraphrased by thinking of like where a detached garage could be on a property. So think about where you might find those detached accessory structures in the backyard of behind your home. And as Lynette also mentioned, it could be located within the structure, somewhere within the structure, basement, addition to the back, maybe upper level, somewhere where they can carve out that square footage that the ordinance allows. Basically, those are the parameters for the approval of that second dwelling unit.
Perfect. And what about on the edge? If it's right on the edge of the property next to the house parcel, is it allowed?
And it would be permissible if it met the setback requirements. If it's alongside the house, it needs to meet the same requirement as the house would be required to provide if it was an addition to the home. If it's behind, it could be a little closer, just like where a detached garage could be located.
Okay. And question for Lynette. Thank you, Matt. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Madam Mayor. Lynette, question is, so this particular program, are we going to pay the whole cost during the program, or it's just a down payment? How could we assist them?
Sure. So as I mentioned, many people have barriers of getting any type of traditional financing through lenders. So this would most likely be where we are paying a majority of the construction costs to get an ADU completed. We could work into the program someone being responsible for, let's say, 5%, but we do not expect that we would be leveraging any other private financing because that's the need for the program, is people can't get any type of traditional financing.
Do we have, again, it's relevant to this, but just to get clarity question, do we have any program where we help these communities which have hard time reaching out to lenders, helping them to improve their credit score or barriers? Do we have any program on that?
So we have financial literacy programs about credit scores. This really isn't about credit score barriers. It's really about there is a lack of product that lenders offer. So some individuals could go to a lender and get maybe a home equity loan to build. If you don't have that equity in order to build the ADU and incur those construction costs, though, there is what we are hearing from the community. Many people are not able to get that traditional financing in order to move this forward due to the costs.
Have your department or economic development department ever checked with small community or local banks if they have they're willing to do some partnership, private public partnership? Is that avenue has been explored?
So we meet pretty regularly. We're part of some groups with some local banks to talk about kind of traditional financing and how we can support many different models. I think what we are looking for here is to do a small pilot program to see what, just an average, what the cost would be for ADUs as well. Many banks don't have done, many of them haven't done that research either to see what type of models that they could have. And so I think this is a pilot project that we could then really expand some of those conversations with those community lenders. Most likely, they would be what we call portfolio lending. That means that that bank has to keep it in-house. That means that they're likely holding that risk. So it's not something that it's not something that's saleable in our market. That is usually something that banks, partner with us a lot on. So I think we're seeing this as the pilot project that we can then go and market this to some of the banks to see how we can really expand this relationship moving forward.
So in case if a homeowner do a foreclosure or decide not to pay the City of Madison, then what will happen?
When we provide lending, we send our loans off to a servicer. And so we do expect individuals to make payments on those loans. If somebody files for foreclosure, we go through a traditional foreclosure process, just like any other mortgage lender. Usually we're not the first mortgage lender. And so they're usually the ones filing for foreclosure. And so we would end up, if that goes through that process, we would end up, if we don't get any surplus from that foreclosure sale, we write off our loans.
And last question, I know there are a couple of hands after me. I don't want to take too much of your time. Did we also explore an opportunity regarding microfinancing, like program like EVA, which used for economic development, perhaps similar type of partnership with microfinancing and removing those barriers and helping these people with those type of construction?
So again, many of the conversations right now we're having with local lenders is we haven't found another compatible lending tool in the private market for them, like with the Kiva loans, where there's that compatibility of another loan helping to leverage. So again, pilot program that we're hoping to explore more to see if we can leverage other funds in the community.
Thanks.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Carter, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Lynette, did I hear correctly where you said that the rent rate would be monitored?
It could be, as we're looking at our policies. So similar to when we provide financing to rental rehab, we make an agreement with a property owner that we will provide financing, and they will keep their rent, for instance, at fair market value or below. And so we can create loan agreements with potential individuals that are building the ADU units to kind of really encourage not just new units, but the future restrictions on those units as well.
Okay, and then my second question is, are we requiring the individual to provide parking for the renter of the ADU?
Although I think that we have both Director Stouter and Director Tucker wanting to speak to that. But again, I just remind both of you that the question is not on the underlying zoning change or existing zoning, but rather on what would happen with the lending program.
Okay.
So I don't know, Director Stouter, if you want to speak to the existing requirements.
Sure. So neither the existing requirements nor the proposed new zoning requirements would involve required parking spot separate for the accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, you said existing or
neither are they're not required today, nor would they be required as proposed.
Okay. And then just one more question, and I don't know who's going to answer that, but that's fine. With this loan program, are we looking at, by any chance, are we looking at like where these would pop up in the opportunity that these would become Airbnb or whatever?
So again, Alder, I think is really a question.
Am I on the edge, Mayor? Am I on the edge?
You're on the edge. It's really a question for when we take up the zoning changes.
Let me back up from the cliff.
Thank you, Alder Carter. we will, I trust, have ample opportunity to discuss the zoning changes that are implicated here.
Okay. So how long you said this could be a pilot program? Are we looking at like a year to see how it goes, or?
Yeah, I would say probably a year, just to see what if the market really supports this and if we have any interest. I think that we can establish the loan policies and get the procedures set up in the first quarter of 2022, and then start to test the market to see if there's interested individuals in the city that would take advantage of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. I have no other alders wishing to ask questions of staff at this time. So Alder Evers, I'll turn to you to speak to the amendment, and then we'll open up discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to defer to my colleague, Alder Foster, he did much of the work behind this.
Alder Foster.
Thank you, Alder Evers. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so just briefly, I think you've heard a good explanation from Lynette about the kind of purpose and form that this would take. Just want to share that this is really one of several barriers identified for supporting adoption of more ADU construction in the city. So as the mayor said, we'll be taking up the proposed zoning changes separately from this. We won't go into those, but that's one of the proposed changes. Another one is just access to information about ADUs and getting that out to the public. So that would be another component, would be staff working on a website to kind of pull all the relevant information together in one place. This really addresses a third major barrier, which is that access to financing. So right now, those that have historically moved forward with ADU construction are those that had sufficient capital on hand to pay out of pocket, or had enough equity in their primary home to be able to tap into a home equity loan in order to construct this. And there's one additional barrier that we're also pursuing. It's not up for discussion tonight, but that would be around coming up with some set plans that would be available for members of the community that are interested in this to, again, lower some of those barriers. So why this is important is really just to make sure that as assuming we move forward with the zoning changes, that for those that are in a position where this makes sense and they want to pursue it, that we really have that opportunity open to everyone, and that it's not simply an opportunity that's opened to those with the money on hand or with sufficient equity in their primary home. So hopefully all of you are supportive of this, and hopefully it is something that does help the uptake and construction of ADUs in Madison moving forward.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on this amendment? President Abbas.
I will go after Alder Heck as he's a sponsor. I want to hear from him.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Heck.
Thank you, President Abbas. I just wanted to very quickly add that this is connected to the zoning ordinance changes that we're going to be discussing in the coming month or so, but it's also separate. And if we were to be so unfortunate as to not approve those proposed zoning changes, I think this program is worthwhile without those changes, because accessory dwelling units are, I think, something that can help solve a small portion of our housing problem. So in some sense, I think it is disconnected. I would certainly be in favor of this if we were already, if we were to reject somehow the ADU zoning proposals that are coming forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Abbas.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate Alder Heck, what you said, and it's understandable. Looking at face of it, it makes sense to really help and promote financing for ADU. But just looking at the number and my limited experience in financing for my day job, this is not going to be sufficient amount of money to really help, while the construction cost is almost $270 to $300 per square feet for new construction. And with market the way it's acting, it's, I don't know how many 3 or 4 projects you can be done. Perhaps the best part forward could be to really work with the private lenders. The city should get in touch with them first and discuss about a partnership with them. Like if we can bring our money, instead of doing other way around, first we do projects, spend time, and after then we go to them. Perhaps the better is we go to them first and discuss about the program, if some bank want a partnership or microfinancing or some sort of, like for commercial building, under the state statute, we have PACE financing, something like some sort of program perhaps is a better direction to talk to the bank and then present an idea to the council for approval with comprehensive understanding how it's going to be operate. I totally appreciate the effort here. I think so it's very noble effort to really help those units, but I don't see that taking us in any way which could really help us financially. Perhaps a private partnership is the best way. So I will not support this as per my comments and my concerns. Thanks.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I will remind my colleagues that we just heard from Lynette that those conversations with the private lending sector have already taken place, and that conversations with those who have sought to add additional housing through an ADU have already taken place. This is, to me, a specific need. We're trying to move forward to incentivize this approach to housing forward, which is one of the 5-pronged approach to add additional housing type in our city, which is the backyard cottage or the granny flat, or different ways of talking about it. We are not getting enough of these done. The goal here is to incentivize and to get more of these done. And a pilot project where the city acts as the lender of last resort is an appropriate function for the council to push this forward. So I ask my colleagues to support this. It makes total sense. We can't really have a housing forward strategy unless we come up with creative means to incentivize it and advance it. And this is one of those. So I ask my colleagues to please vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you, Alder. If no other alders in the queue, the motion is to adopt Amendment 1. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 1? There is objection, so we'll have a roll call vote. All those in favor of Amendment 1, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Curry.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Howerson.
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
No. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Limmer.
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Martin.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Mayadzi.
No.
No. Alder Revere. I apologize. I didn't hear that. Alder Revere.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Vidavere.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Wahilier.
No.
No. President Abbas.
No.
No. Alder Alvarez.
Yes.
Aye. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Carter.
Abstain.
Abstain. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Aye. Madam Mayor, I have 14 ayes and 5 noes with 1 abstaining.
Mayor, you're muted if you're talking to us.
Thank you. Everybody's got to do it one meeting. My apologies. With 14 ayes, that amendment will pass. We'll move on to Amendment 2, which is also in the Community Development Division regarding the hotels to housing funding. And Alder Figueroa Cole, would you make the motion, please?
Motion for approval.
President Abbas?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff on this item? Seeing no questions for staff, Alder Figueroa Cole, would you like to speak to this?
So this is the funding to complement the to transact money from the reserved hotels funding that we had set aside for ARPA. And the intent is to move it into allocated to help pay for services in collaboration with kind of on the same programs that the county is providing using hotels.
Thank you, Alder.
There's another amendment that has more information, but this is just to move the ARPA funding into the CDD funding.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion on this item? Alder Carter?
Yeah, just to be clear, Mayor, maybe you can clear this up for me. Didn't we have an amendment before for a hotel? Is this a second hotel?
Alder, this amendment would take funds that we had dedicated in our ARPA resolution for a hotel conversion project and shift them to fund housing folks that are experiencing homelessness in a hotel in collaboration with the county. So it's shifting the purpose of the funding, and we need to do 2 amendments in order to do this, one on the capital side and one on the operating side. So this is the first of 2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 2. And we'll move on to Amendment 3, which is also in the Community Development Division regarding a Northside Mobile Neighborhood Center. President Abbas, a motion, please.
Move motion to adopt.
And Alder Miadze?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 3? Alder Furman?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping to find out from staff if this request went through any sort of process, or is this just a project that's being brought to the budget process? So did this go in front of any committees, like, for example, so if somebody from CDD can help with that?
Director O'Keefe.
Alder Furman, it has not been the subject of any kind of process.
Thank you. Is there anything, have we ever done anything like this? Have we ever bought a mobile neighborhood center?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And then the last question, I guess, would be that the amendment talks about $1 million being available in the capital budget to start a community facilities improvement capital program. Would something like this qualify for whatever will be the process for awarding funds through that program?
I think it could, yes. We would anticipate that to be a competitive process, but yes, I think this could qualify for that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin, questions?
Yes, I do. One question, could Christine make her page a little bit bigger for us to read? That's one question. Okay, that's much better. Thank you so much. And number 2, there is already a community center on the north side. Is that correct?
Director O'Keefe, I think that's for you.
So there are a number of community centers, neighborhood centers in that general area. The Kennedy Heights Center, Small Center, Vera Court, Warner Park. I think this is really intended in large part to, and I'll certainly defer to Alder Abbas, but I know that the Brentwood neighborhood has been an area that has long sought space for the kinds of activities that frequently happen in community centers. So yes, there are facilities there. They're quite small. They're not immediately accessible by all of the residents in the area.
And so follow-up question is, would this be used to transport other children to the community centers in the neighborhood? Or what type of programming do they plan to have on this RV?
I think the advocates for this see it not as transporting people, but transporting programs and services to residents that might not find it easy to access existing centers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Conklin. Alder Evers, questions?
Yes, Jim, I think this is for you or perhaps someone else in your staff or for the Park Superintendent, Eric Knapp. You mentioned Brentwood. Isn't that within walking distance of Warner Park?
It is, and increasingly Warner Park has really done a nice job of becoming available for many of the kinds of activities that are normally provided through a community center, through a neighborhood center. There are other programming demands on that facility, and so I think this mobile neighborhood center is really seen as being complementary to some of the assets that are already in place.
Follow-up question. What kind of things can take place in a RV? An RV does not seem to be, when I think of a neighborhood center, I don't really think of an RV bus. And so what do you envision could function adequately in terms of neighborhood center activities in this space, vis-a-vis the, utilizing and perhaps more flexible programming at someplace like Warner Park?
So Alder, we've not had extensive discussions with the proposers of this in terms of specific programming that they would intend to provide. But I think they see it as a vehicle, pardon the pun, to reaching out to particularly youth. I think that that might find it difficult to access some of the other facilities that I described, providing through staff that would be part of this center, providing daytime activities and just different things to engage youth during the course of a few hours or an afternoon or an evening.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions?
Yeah, I guess yeah, good questions. I guess I'm just concerned about how many people that this will serve at one time. So is this going to be similar to the Dream Bus, Jim, in the sense of, is this more of a summer mobile communities center, or is this going to be year round?
Again, Alder, I don't have the benefit of a lot of discussion about the specifics of its use. I suspect that its use would likely differ during different times of the year. I don't think that it's perceived as a facility that will draw people into it as much as people around it. And certainly during the summertime, it'll be the it'll be a place, it'll be a resource that will deliver staff and that will engage youth in, very likely, in outdoor activities. During the 8 months of the year that are winter, it might host small meetings of one sort or another inside, but I don't think it's intended to be an asset that people, or a vehicle that people come into, so much as it is to deliver staff resources and different kinds of activities and engagement to folks.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, I may have missed this, or may have been a previous question. Has CDD, I guess I'm surprised with the plethora of extra funds that we've received due to the pandemic that this type of resolution was offered for this need. Has CDD offered this same type of support, or the city, I would say, to any other nonprofits seeking to do similar mobile, especially with the COVID pandemic?
Curry, I cannot think of another example of an organization that's come to us looking to purchase a vehicle for this type of use. No.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure, I think maybe this is a finance related question, but thinking about all the nonprofits that we have in the area, would the city or even county be able to accommodate similar requests if that became a thing or a resource for local nonprofits?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question, Alder Curry. Do you mean if there were more requests like this?
Yes, I'm sorry. I know that when we first were oriented, we talked about the structural deficit and knowing the difference between capital and operating, realizing that this is basically a debt or in the capital, talking about reducing our structural deficits. But if more nonprofits were asking similar requests, like would the city and the county have the capacity to go into as much debt as maybe that could be considering our nonprofits per capita?
It's a pretty broad question. I can't speak for the county. This is, I think, in the overall scheme of just dollars, relatively small. This is the capital budget, as you mentioned. So this does not directly speak to the structural deficit that we've talked about in the operating budget. I do think there probably are some questions around how would this apply to other nonprofits or other areas of the city, since this is not really a program, it's more of a specific response. So I think your question is a good one around how much ultimately could this cost, how much debt would this require to be incurred if it's seen as a broad-based approach. I think as the amendment analysis references, there is a program that's in the executive budget that would potentially be a source for ideas like this, including other forms of approaches with providing services in neighborhoods.
Thank you. Thanks for helping me navigate what I was trying to say too.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Benford.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe, looking at the analysis, it mentions the Northside Planning Council is going to partner with other entities. And my question is, as a former alder up there and as someone who's worked in or done programming at every community center in this city, what are those partners? Have they talked about? Would it be MSCR that currently does programming in Warner Park? And when you mention community centers, we can't forget about Packers and Northport, even though we might not fund them, but they're two vital community centers up there. Has there been talk about who the potential partners would be?
Benford, the discussions that we had around this proposal were focused primarily on acquiring the means to try to provide this kind of resource to the community. The staff at the Northside Planning Council talked about having relationship with any number of community partners in that area, and I don't doubt that they do. We did not get to the point where we were discussing specifics about individual organizations, but it was more, that conversation was more conceptual, really.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin, another question?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry. I thought of something else. So the $65,000, is that just to purchase the RV? Jim?
I believe that that cost estimate was given. Lynette might have detail on this. I think it was the anticipated cost to purchase and equip a vehicle for this use.
So yeah, the proposal came in. They're estimating between 40,000-45,000 to actually purchase the RV. And then the rest of the cost, about 15 to 20, would be to retrofit that for the use as a community center to make it a space that they could potentially have one-on-one meetings, hold space. They would be working with right now the hopefully Operation Fresh Start in doing that work of retrofitting that RV type situation into that mobile neighborhood center.
So the Northside Planning Committee, they are in charge of this RV. Is that what you're saying? So does that mean that they're taking on the insurance, the maintenance, staffing this? Like who's staffing this and how are they going to get paid? Was that ever spoke about?
Again, Alder, the focus was on acquiring this vehicle, and Northside Planning Council staff anticipated collaborating with any number of different organizations, groups like Dane County Time Bank, groups like Rooted, groups like Madison Starlings. There are any number of them in that area, and I think the vision of this was that at different times and in different ways, those groups would utilize this mobile center to connect with people in the community and to provide the kinds of services and support the kinds of activities that they're involved in. So the Northside Planning Council would be the owner of the vehicle and the sort of the coordinator of its use, but I don't think that they necessarily intended that they would be its sole user.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Alder Conklin. Alder Vitavera, question?
Yeah, over the last 5 years, how much money has the city invested in the Northside Planning Council?
So we have a standing contract with the Northside Planning Council that is, if memory serves me correct, about $65,000 per year, oddly enough. And so that contract has been in existence for quite some time. It may have been just a little bit less than that in maybe the first couple of years of that 5-year span, but it's currently a $65,000 annual contract, I'm quite sure, and covers really a whole variety of different types of activities that organization is engaged in.
And I believe there was also a investment by the Healthy Retail Access Program a couple of years back as well. Is that correct?
There may well be. It's not an activity that we would have been directly involved in, but I think you're right about that. Yes.
Although that program at that point in time would have been under the mayor's office and now under economic development.
Right.
Alder Lemmer, a question?
And Alder, if I can just continue
go ahead, Director.
The Northside Planning Council frequently partners with other organizations that receive funding from the city. So that $65,000 of direct funding to them doesn't take into account other resources that probably flow through this division that they are party to utilizing for any number of different activities. Maybe the best example I can think of is the feed kitchen. But they're a pretty active group, and and they're involved in a lot of collaborative efforts.
Alder Lemmer, question?
Thank you. I'm wondering, would there be any visibility into, for example, like the number of children being served by programs through this RV bus, or the kinds of programming that's going to be offered through the RV bus? I'm just wondering if there are any metrics tied to providing this grant.
That's a good question, Alder, and I would imagine that if this funding were to be provided, that it would prompt the development of a purchase of service contract. It'd be a little bit different than a typical capital project, and we typically ask, and I would imagine we would ask here for information, including demographic information about those that would be served by this resource.
Great, thank you.
Alder Foster, questions?
Yeah, one quick one. I understand the kind of longstanding executive director left the organization this past year. I guess I'm not even sure if they have an interim, or perhaps they've hired a new executive director. Do you have a current status on that, Jim? And do you know, is this request just coming straight from the board of directors?
They have an interim director, and I believe that they are planning to are looking to find a permanent replacement. But they do have an interim director.
But no, they have not rehired for a permanent yet.
I don't believe that they have yet. No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders wishing to ask questions. So, President Abbas, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, so I will try to answer quite a bit of questions here. It's been a while. Let's see how that goes. So this particular Northside mobile neighborhood connectors is, first of all, I want to make it really clear, it's not a neighborhood connection. It doesn't, we cannot justify community of colors in Brentwood and others providing them a bus and say, hey, that's your community center, while other communities get proper community center with resources. This is more about connecting those community and bringing the resources and services on their doorsteps. This particular proposal and process start on a Northside Planning Council during the previous executive director. She was instrumental in this process, and previous District 18 Alder Campbell and myself, we were actively involved and had many meetings with community development back in 2020. So it's been a while. And this particular concept came through a Northside Justice, Peace, and Resilience Plan. And the Northside Planning Council and its partner organization thought starting a pilot mobile neighborhood center designated for communities, especially those communities who doesn't have existing brick or mortar center, but represent isolated pockets of underserved residents. So that's basically connecting them with those communities. And on the north side, this would include, of course, community development staff mentioned about Brentwood Village, which is 80-90% of Black community and Hispanic. Kipling, Ridgecrest, Parkcrest, Oak Park Terrace, which is mobile manufactured homes, over 350 units. So there's quite a bit of need there, and Troy Farm and other on occasion, including East Bluff. So there's a possibility for us to, because this is a capital budget, if they purchase, we have opportunity to move this around. The center would be moved to this neighborhood throughout the week and would be staffed by various agencies that can meet the specific needs of each neighborhood. And while question about who's gonna take care of this particular neighborhood connection center, the Northside Planning Council will house the center and they will maintain it, and they will coordinate a staffing schedule with partner organization. And also Northside Planning Council would provide training to designated staff of each partner organization regarding how to operate this particular unit. So this particular idea is really unique. We never did that in City of Madison. There are some good things about it. The best thing about it, when this back in July 2020, last year, earlier fall 2020, partner organization expressed a lot of interest in this concept. And from city point of view, we are providing a capital cost to purchase this, and OFS will develop that mobile neighborhood connector. But from operating standpoint, we are not putting our money to really run and operate. It will be operated by, it was made very clear to NPC, and this is an understanding. They will operate it and they will create the schedule and work with their partner organization. There was also a question about the design. How would the design will work? So the design will gonna be can accommodate the size of the vehicle they are looking, can accommodate a larger room of 6 people. And of course, we have COVID now. That situation might change a little bit, but also having a smaller office for staff person to meet with resident. If there's a case management services, we can provide right there on the spot case management services and other services. And these things can be, also providing some laptops, some other equipment to really also look into. A lot of this neighborhood doesn't have digital technology issues, so really helping them with some lending stuff, voter registration, some other stuff could be also done. And this is work in progress. There was a question about programming standpoint. So from program standpoint, the commitment NPC and before I talk about programming, I think so there was a question about about NPC director. So they, as the staff mentioned, they do not have they have interim director, and I had at length discussion about this concept, which we created and its concept in making for a couple of years. So Northside Planning Council have various programs, and that they could make an excellent use of this space, including outreach for feed bakery training program, which is really economic development program for people of color, and really bringing food distribution for healthy food for all, community journalism initiative like Northside News, violence prevention, and anti-racism work through their justice, peace, and resilience program. So those could be served through that. Also, Northside Family Engagement Specialist can also be part of this regular schedule on this particular connector and connect with the community. Warner Park Community Recreation Center staff could also express their interest to be part of this program and to connect with this community through this, and also try to enroll them, sign them up to really make sure they utilize the community center and their programmings too. So the gap here is a lot of the community on the north side, they're disconnected, and the hope is with this particular connection, we can also connect them. Some question was about who else are partners or who are programs. So Dane County Time Bank, they also offer restorative justice circle in Northside neighborhood, and they are also interested in this particular concept. Forward Service Corp, Family Stabilizer, and Food Share Employment Training Program, Lakeview Branch Library, Mendota Community School, Lakeview Community School, Rooted, which is a Troy Drive farm, Madison Starling, UW Collaborative Center of Health Equity, and All of Us Research Program, the River Food Pantry, Social Justice Center, Dane County Neighborhood Intervention Program. So these are some of the programs which have interest to provide services, while NPC will maintain this and NPC will operate it. So beside that, NPC, of course, had an established relationship with there are many other possibilities, and they had established relationship with many organizations, including Public Health, Madison-Dane County, Kennedy Heights Community Center, Viracoat, other Northside Community Center, Joining Forces for Family Access Community Health, Boys and Girl Clubs of Dane County, Buyer Parch, Freedom Inc., Latino Academy of Workforce Development, and there are a list on and on, Rice and Reach Dane. I don't want to repeat all the names here, but my point here is Northside Planning Council have those existing relationships, using this connector and have with this particular connector connecting with the community right on their doorstep, rather than asking them, hey, you guys go to Warner Park Community Center, use that facility. And trust me, nobody goes from probably, I'm making this assumption, but basis of my knowledge as an alder, a lot of people in Brentwood, a lot of people at mobile manufactured home. A lot of people don't go in a Warner Park. Warner Park still used heavily. Don't take me wrong, and it's used really very well. But there are still need to connect these communities. And as I mentioned, these programs can be really instrumental to cover that gap. And here, what we have in front of us, coming back to amendment, this is just a capital budget amendment. I saw there's a $1 million community facility improvement. I was not sure if this mobile manufactured, mobile connector could qualify for that because it's a really unique idea. So I thought the better option is to really go through a capital, which is cleaner part. So we can allocate $65,000 and then operating will be kind of like a pilot project where NPC will take the stance, and then hopefully we can monitor how the progress is, and then next year we will see how the things are working. So yes, that's kind of like, I hope I touch a lot of questions which was asked during the staff question answer session. So if you have, I hope you could all support that innovative idea. And yeah.
Thank you, President Abbas. Is there further discussion on Amendment 3? Alder Benford.
Thanks, Mayor. Wow, get on the bus, Gus. I love this. And thank you, President Abbas, for really spelling it out. As I mentioned, I was an alder for District 12, and all the connections that you mentioned with NPC, the Northside Planning Council, I think are really important. And in our conversations, future conversations around the budget, when we look at $65,000 for over 3 decades, I used to just lament that if you could give me the cost of a fully equipped squad car and watch what I could do in neighborhoods with that. So you mentioned the connected piece, and oftentimes with Warner Park, you really describe the dichotomy that's going on, that the folks in Brentwood, the kids up there, the question was asked, could they walk to Warner Park? Well, yeah, they could, but if they didn't feel included. So there's times where I always wish that we could look beyond bricks and mortars, and good quality youth programming as someone who's dedicated most of my life to that. It isn't about the building, but this bus, or this mobile connecting unit, whatever it's called, has a really incredible opportunity. And at that cost, the impact lives in so many ways. So I'm definitely supporting this, and want to thank ABBA. I want to thank you and other folks that push this forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, my ambivalence about is that we've not heard from the North Side Planning Council on this. I didn't receive a single email advocating for this. We haven't had anyone speak up in public comment. We don't have any indication from staff that this originated in a conversation that with staff and North Planning Council coming to staff and trying to do this. There is apparently money where perhaps a program could be set up where an RFP could go out, or an application, and not just for the north side, but in other parts of our city. But I compliment the sponsoring alders for thinking of a creative idea. But my concern is that I'm not sure that the North Side Planning Council, particularly if they are in somewhat of disarray, having had their executive director resign, and apparently there's been tension that the timing is right for this. I wish they would have spoken up for this themselves and really advocated for that. In the absence of that, this feels like, even though it's a small amount of money, that there'd be a better way to go about this, to take this idea, to vet it, to flesh it out, and to see if it could be improved and worked through other neighborhoods in the city as well. Because there are lots, Alder Carter mentioned to me at one point that there are many places in the South Madison that are always crying for a neighborhood center, and we can't meet that need. There's like a moratorium. We can't build enough of these. So maybe this is a way to get to that. But the fact that the organization that apparently this grant is for hasn't spoken up for it themselves, to me is problematic. So I'm somewhat ambivalent and undecided at this point. I'm going to have to decide in a second, I know.
Thank you, Alder Evers. You are indeed President Abbas for the second time.
Yes, Madam. Thanks for the second opportunity. So the interim, Lynette probably can speak to that. The interim director reached out to us and she wanted to continue. I had a discussion as an alder. I can say that I am qualified to say that. I discussed with the interim director at length about this particular program, which was started by under previous executive director Abbas. So it's not like this happened in silo. There was a communication, there was a desire to move this forward, and I personally see a huge value in it. So I cannot really sit on the sideline and not push this forward. So I just want to make this clear. There was conversation happened between staff, and that conversation happened during previous executive director with the staff, also with this one as well. And Lynette received also email. You can verify with her. Thank you.
Thank you, President Abbas. I have no further alders in the queue. Amendment 3 has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 3? I'm seeing objections, so we'll have a roll call vote. All those in favor of Amendment 3, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Curry?
No.
No. Alder Evers?
No.
No. Alder Figaro Cole?
No.
No. Alder Foster?
No.
No. Alder Furman?
No.
No. Alder Halverson?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney? Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Alder Heck?
No.
No. Alder Limmer?
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Martin?
No.
No. Alder Mazzei?
Yes.
Aye. Alder Revere?
No.
No. Alder Vidavere?
No.
No. Alder Wahilier?
Aye.
Aye. President Abbas?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Alboras?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Bennett?
No.
No. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Conklin?
No.
No.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to change my vote to an aye.
All right. So I have an aye for Alder Harrington McKinney. So that makes 9 ayes and 11 noes.
With 11 noes, that amendment fails, and we'll move on to item 4. Alder Harrington McKinney, did you have your hand up again, or was that to change your vote? All right, thank you, Alder. So we'll move on to Amendment 4, also in the Community Development Division, regarding the Salvation Army Darbo site. Alder Wahile, I'm going to let you move this one. There's a lot of versions out there. Would you just please clarify which version you're moving? You're muted, Alder.
I am moving the one, I think, Christian, can you move up a little bit? The alternate, yeah, and 4 alternate. So basically what it is the City of Madison, the city's purchase of 3030 Darbo Drive for the proposed Salvation Army redevelopment. If does not occur by mid-2023, then the 2.5 million federal funds will be made available to assist mentoring Positive and African Center for Community Development in purchase and other available parcels. So the difference is just having the names. And I think the substitute for Alder Foster that he's bringing forward is he's removing the names of these entities.
Okay, so what is before us is the alternate. I will say in the sidebar to finance staff, I think these are incorrectly labeled. So let's revisit that at some point. But just for everybody's clarity, we are moving the amendment for alt. And Alder Benford, would you second? Alder Benford? Yes, that's a thumbs up on seconding. All right, so moved by Alder Whaley, seconded by Alder Benford, and we'll go to questions for staff on this item. Are there any questions for staff? Alder Foster.
Questions for Jim. Jim, I guess just to start out, could you give a little background about the original 2.5 million ARPA allocation, what the original intent was?
Sure, Alder. The original proposal was to use $2.5 million of that American Rescue Plan funding to purchase the property in the Darbo neighborhood currently owned by the Salvation Army. It's a property that the Salvation Army has indicated they will be looking to sell as part of a redevelopment of their other property holdings on the 600 block of East Washington Avenue and a consolidation of those two campuses. The redevelopment project is estimated to cost about $30 million. The Salvation Army has indicated that they believe they need to raise through a capital campaign about half of that, with the remaining half expected to come from the sale of this and other property holdings that they have and other internal resources. So we also know that this is a property that for many years, organizations that have served the Darbo neighborhood have been interested in utilizing to varying degrees of success over the years. So part of the staff thinking in proposing to use a portion of the ARPA funds to acquire it was to provide an injection of funds to the Salvation Army in the hopes of providing some momentum toward making progress on that redevelopment project on the 600 block. And secondly, by acquiring the property, the city would have obviously a good deal of influence over how that property was ultimately used. We anticipated when we put this forward, knowing that the Salvation Army is currently utilizing the Darbo property, that if we were to acquire it, it would likely be in some sort of a leaseback arrangement, because the Salvation Army would be unlikely to depart with that property until they were prepared to move into a newly redeveloped site on the 600 block. So that was really the essence of that proposal. Acquire the property, provide some financing toward the redevelopment of the agency's property in that shelter redevelopment on the 600 block, and gain control of the ultimate use of that asset to support the neighborhood.
And then the heart of this amendment, can you explain how that changes it?
So this amendment speaks to the possibility that that acquisition does not take place, and should it not take place by mid-year in 2023, then it would redirect the use of these funds either to acquire property directly or to acquire property directly and turn it over to Mentoring Positives and the African Center for Community Development, or alternatively provide the funds to Mentoring Positives and the African Center for Community Development to acquire a property or and other property in that same area.
And is there a specific proposal that has been put forward that money would go towards, or this is sort of making it available for some future proposal that has yet to come to you or us?
There is not a specific proposal nor a specific property that's currently been identified now.
And I've been trying to come up to speed with sort of all of this somewhat recently, but then there's also been sort of talk about this Darbo Dream project. Can you share how that is connected or not connected to this proposal?
So there is another proposal that has emerged in that neighborhood. It's been coined the Darbo Dream, and it contemplates acquiring 3 properties on the frontage road between East Washington Avenue and the current Salvation Army property, and using those properties to support both in affordable housing development and a campus of sort that would provide space for and from which a variety of different programming and activities would be delivered. The parties to that proposal include the Community Action Coalition of South Central Wisconsin. It includes Just Dane, former Madison Urban Ministry. It includes Mentoring Positives, and it includes the African Center for Community Development. So this proposal is not necessarily directly connected to that. When I say this proposal, I mean the budget amendment, not necessarily directly connected to the Darbo Dream. I think there are aspirations that the Darbo Dream concept could move more quickly than mid-year 2023, but I think it reflects other efforts that are underway to develop properties, acquire and develop properties in a way that would serve the residents of the Darbo neighborhood.
Thank you. I have also just one question for Matt Wachter.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm always on with us, Matt. Sorry, I can't see you on this view, but
he's here.
Okay, thank you. So just again, trying to kind of wrap my head around, I guess, especially our public investment in the neighborhood and kind of the different moving parts. Can you just speak to what is the CDA owns property in this neighborhood? Can you speak to kind of what those holdings are? And I know we've had some conversations about overall kind of renovations or rebuilding of CDA housing that's kind of reaching its end of its useful life. And just at kind of a macro level, what does that look like for this neighborhood, and what's kind of a timeline of where we might need to be thinking about making some plans?
Sure. So the CDA owns the majority of the housing directly to the east of the Salvation Army that sort of wraps the park right there. And the CDA board directed staff at this time last year to really focus on the redevelopment and repositioning of the Triangle properties. And we went through a process, and we've started bringing on consultants who help sort of think about how you redevelop and reposition public housing. And we met with them just yesterday. And one of the things that, as we started talking to that consultant, was once you start sort of pulling on the thread of redeveloping public housing, you really need to look at your whole portfolio. And so we are just starting those conversations with the consultant to look at really what is the future of all of these public housing developments. And the properties in question here at Darbo were identified in the neighborhood plan a few years ago as sort of prime candidates for being redeveloped, still be CDA owned, but reconfigured. So really the housing all around the park, the Salvation Army site, and then the properties between Salvation Army and East Washington Avenue, sort of all in play as being redevelopment sites. And you could imagine moving some of those components across those parcels, but we're at very early stages at looking at the CDA portfolio in that neighborhood. We do have the neighborhood plan that is pretty fresh as a guide to think about really rebuilding and having more mixed use, denser housing in that area.
Those are all my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Conklin.
Okay, Jim, let me know if I got this correct. So the Salvation Army is looking to move to a different location off of Darbo. And if they don't use the 2.5 million to renovate or make changes to this new property, then the money they have left over is going back into the Darbo site. Is that correct?
Alder, the Salvation Army owns property both at this Darbo location and also on the 600 block of East Washington Avenue. The 600 block of East Washington Avenue currently houses their shelter facilities, and it is the subject of a redevelopment project that is estimated to cost about $30 million. So as part of that redevelopment, the Salvation Army plans to consolidate its holdings, moving the functions that are currently, at least some of them that are currently provided out of the Darbo facility into the newly developed site on the 600 block of East Washington Avenue. That is probably about 3 years away before that will happen. And so as part of the financing scheme to pay for that $30 million redevelopment on the 600 block, the Salvation Army will be selling off other properties that it holds, including this one. But what they've made clear to us is that they will not sell that property, or at least they will not sell it and vacate it until they have their new space developed. And so if the city was to purchase it, it would be with the understanding that we would purchase that property and lease it back to the Salvation Army so that they would retain the ability to use it until their new property is developed on the 600 block.
Okay.
Is that clear?
That's much clearer. Thank you. So I guess my next question would be is, would there be any type of RFP for the money that's left over, or does the Salvation Army get some sort of say in who gets that money?
So as things stand today, the council has authorized the use of $2.5 million of American Rescue Plan funds to purchase the Salvation Army property. And in fact, the sale price for that property might be a little bit more than $2.5 million. So under the current arrangement, that $2.5 million would be entirely used in purchasing that property. And so the proceeds, that full $2.5 million, would go to the Salvation Army as part of that purchase.
Okay.
Alder, if I can, I think what you're asking is, so the status quo, the money would go to the Salvation Army, the city would get the land. In the short term, the city would lease back the property to the Salvation Army, presumably, subject to all of this to council approval. In the long term, the city would perhaps RFP, perhaps do a sole source deal for the reuse and redevelopment of that property. And I think the intention would be that it would be supportive of the Darbo Dream proposal or something very similar to it. Right? So what we get is the land, and then we get to decide what to do with the land. Right? But this amendment would say is, if that all happens before the middle of 2023, fine. But if we don't buy from the Salvation Army by the middle of 2023, then the money that we would have used to buy the property will be made available to Mentoring Positives and the African Center for Community Development.
Okay, that makes more sense. But I'm just wondering how we got to those two organizations. Like, is there other opportunities for people to still try to get in there? That's why I'm asking, is there going to be RFPs available for other members, or this is set on the Mentoring Positives and the African Center?
So I'd have to go back and check the language.
Mayor, this amendment does specify those two organizations.
Yeah, so this amendment specifies those two organizations. So if the amendment passes, then it specifies those two organizations. But the underlying original ARPA resolution, I don't think specified an organization. I think it just specified for the betterment of the Darbo neighborhood.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
Yep.
Alder Harrington McKinney, a question?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right. Alder Wahilahe, a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jim, I have a question. And my question is, when this ARPA money became available, how did we choose Salvation Army, and what was the process, number one? And number two, Will Green and Mentoring Positive has been in that neighborhood and revitalized the neighborhood for quite, some time, the last 17 years. How come his organization was not chosen and the money was just given, or the fund was being made available for Salvation Army? So my question is, what was the process and how was Salvation Army selected?
Alder, the mayor, shortly after the emergence of the pandemic, formed a number of staff groups around particular subject areas that dealt with the impacts of and responses to the pandemic. And as the months went by and it became clear that there would likely be significant federal resources headed our way, charged those groups with developing proposals that could be considered to use whatever funding came available. And so it was those staff teams that developed a series of proposals from which, and I know that I don't want to speak for the mayor, but I know that she consulted with a number of council members in formulating a plan for the use of about $18-ish million of American Rescue Plan funds that came to the city that were very flexible in terms of how they could be used. So this was one of the uses of those funds, $2.5 million, to acquire that property that became part of the mayor's plan, which the council later ratified. This wasn't really so much about the Salvation Army as it was an opportunity to acquire a piece of property that city staff think has value. So you could think of it as really an extension of our land banking effort. And I think we had envisioned that we would make it available in some way, shape, or form to organizations that work with and serve and support the residents of that neighborhood. So we hadn't really contemplated precisely who that property might be turned over to at the end, but we thought if the city acquired it rather than some other purchaser, that we would have much more influence over its ultimate use. So I don't really see this as a proposal that was focused on the Salvation Army, but for the fact that by purchasing that site, by acquiring that site, which again had long-term value from our perspectives, it was also providing indirect value to the Salvation Army and to the redevelopment of this property on the 600 block and the construction of a new shelter for families and for single women who are experiencing homelessness. So it seemed to us it was a win-win arrangement.
So thank you, Jim. So as a follow-up, my other question is, the amendment or the original ARPA money says the Darbo Drive. And when we hear about the Darbo Drive, we always think about how Will Green and Mentoring Positive has really transformed those neighborhoods. Was he involved in that conversation when this money was being allocated to Salvation Army? I hear from the mayor and you, this 2.5 million had two purposes. One purpose is for the Darbo area, but also to help the Salvation Army with their capital campaign to move their new place at 600 block of East Washington. So my question is, has there been a conversation with Will Green at this early stage when this committee, if you will, has been having this conversation?
Although I think that's actually a question for me. Okay. And so first of all, again, I would just emphasize what Jim said. This is not about allocating funding to the Salvation Army. This is about leveraging federal funding to achieve two purposes, two birds with one stone, if you will. Firstly, to support a much needed redevelopment of the homeless women and families shelter on East Wash. And secondly, to support a much needed community serving center, let's say. I don't want to presuppose exactly what that would be in the Darbo neighborhood. Will Green, Mentoring Positives, and I have had multiple conversations over the years about that need, and in which I have made clear my support for his work, their work, and my agreement that they do need a space. I saw this, I don't want to speak for staff, but I saw this as an opportunity to leverage the acquisition of that site so that we could then turn it over to a project that I believed would certainly involve mentoring positives. And so, yes, we have talked specifically. I have personally talked with Will about this. Staff have talked with Will about this. And, the intention to work with him to develop some project in this neighborhood. Subsequently, the Darbo Dream project came forward. And I think we're all trying to figure out what property is appropriate for what thing. I'm not sure that the Darbo Dream team has decided yet. I haven't heard that they have. But I think the main point here is the ability to leverage this same $2.5 million to do two good things in our community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, questions?
Well, Mayor, you just answered one of my questions, but I suppose, I don't know who wants to answer this question, but knowing that this ARPA funds was allocated to COVID-19 related needs, especially to those in the houseless community, I was wondering, should these funds be reallocated elsewhere? What would be the impacts of that, especially like on the houseless community and those efforts that we're trying to see?
I'm sorry, Alder, let me make sure that I understand your question. Are you saying if this amendment were to pass?
Yeah, like should the amendment pass, and then should like sorry, I should phrase that differently. Like, should this amendment pass, and then should not all of the parameters be met by mid-2023, and the monies were reallocated? What would be the impact of that?
Then the money would get allocated directly to Mentoring Positives and the African Center for Community Development, and we would not purchase the property.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm asking like the impact on like the overall efforts for the houseless community, and like, because these funds are allocated specifically towards that, like, do we have other means to help that community, or will they be disadvantaged by not purchasing this site?
So Mayor, I'll take a swing at that. The Salvation Army is going to sell that property. So if the city buys it, we'll have the added benefit of having control of that property for future use. But whether it's the city or whether it's another purchaser, the Salvation Army will sell it and receive the proceeds of that sale. I doubt that the price that we would pay would differ much from the price that any other buyer would pay. So in that respect, that $2.5 million and more will go to the Salvation Army and will be used to finance their redevelopment project, which is primarily focused on developing a new facility for families and single women experiencing homelessness. So I don't think the original proposal nor these amendments really directly affect the homeless population or the services to them.
Okay. So more or less, it just like the Salvation Army, we'd have more control with having over the site by purchasing it.
Over the long-term use of the site, yes.
Long-term use of the site. Okay. And then my next question was, given like just knowing how real estate works and like how long the entitlement process and like processes with constructions, acquiring financing, etc. is, do you expect that all the parameters would be met by mid-2023, or what's the percentage that wouldn't happen? Or are there any other issues that we should think of that would inhibit those parameters being met by that time?
Although I think that's a question for Matt Wachter.
Yeah.
So we've ordered an appraisal and we're planning to work with Salvation Army. The Salvation Army, honestly, they have a complicated decision-making structure because they're part of a very large organization. And so I think that is probably one of the longer lead times, but we were able to work out a deal with them for the Crementa facility last summer. So we have experience working with their real estate team. So that's probably the working through that process with them is probably the slowest thing. But there's not other large concerns since we have a template for it. Then to go back to your previous question, if I can, one of the sort of effects on Salvation Army is there's not a lot of other buyers out there who'd be willing to sort of put up the money in short order, but let them lease it for 2 to 3 years. So the difference between us buying and someone else is really a timing issue where they can have money in the bank, but still have the security that they've got a place to operate out of. If it's not us buying it, that's a problem they're going to have to solve either by moving out or by delaying selling and then not having that sort of money in the bank when they're trying to put together their bigger capital stack for East Washington Avenue.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions?
My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions? You're muted, Alder.
Thank you. The question, I guess, would be to you. It was mentioned that there was a dream team. Who were the entities that sat around the table to make these decisions? Can you name who was included and invited to the table?
I'm not sure what decisions you're referring to, Alder.
Well, Jim had mentioned something about the mayor had made up a dream team.
I think you're conflating two things, Alder. So as you've probably heard about it, CCEC and in other contexts, we had a funding and recovery steering team that was staffed by a number of staff from different agencies that put together the proposals for the ARPA funding, which then the council voted, I think, unanimously to adopt. But I think what you're conflating that with is the Darbo Dream proposal, which was brought to us by Mentoring Positives, Justine, and CAC.
Okay. So I was putting those two programs together. And the decision for how the ARPA funds were going to be allocated, was that basically staff that did that? There was no outside?
Yeah, that's correct, Alder. It came from staff.
Okay. And then my other question is that $2.5 million, it's not allocated. So it's sitting in city funding sources. I mean, where is it sitting? Where is it housed within city government?
Alder, it's currently ARPA funds from the federal government that have been allocated to the city of Madison that the city council then voted to allocate for the purchase of this property. So right now it's, I don't know the technical name of the fund, Mr. Wachter or Mr. Schmidtke could share that, but it's, you all voted to allocate it to purchase this property.
Right. I'm just asking where it's sitting. That's all.
It's in the city's bank.
Okay. Thank you.
President Abbas, questions?
Yeah, question from Matt Wachter or Jim O'Keefe, one of them. Probably Matt is the right person. Matt, you're still awake, so I will ask you a question. So, but why we decide to put ARPA money for this particular site for $2 million, not for the site next to Salvation Army, the QTI building, the USPS, that was also on sale. And for me, for land banking purposes, that building make far more sense because we have opportunity to do many things there on East Washington. Why we decide to go towards Darboy Food? The intent was to kill two birds with one stone.
Sure. No, that's a great question. This particular property we've been talking to Salvation Army about for 6 years about purchasing, and we've gone back and forth on price and deals a couple of times. Part of it was that it was sort of top of mind because of that. The QTI building, I don't know that when we were talking about this, we knew exactly what their timeline was to sell that building. So I don't have a great answer why we went with this one rather than that, other than we had a sort of a clear path on this one, it looked like, to acquire, and then a clear purpose on the back end, or a relatively clear purpose on the back end to turn it over for more of a community use. But yes, I suppose we could have gone the direction of QTI or tried to do both. I think with QTI, they have a large group of potential buyers who they've been talking to about that site. I don't know the current status of it today.
All right. Good. Sounds good. Thanks.
Alder Curry, questions?
Thank you. It may just be that I'm tired, but I guess I'm struggling to understand why now, or why this is in front of us now, and thinking that maybe it has a connection of using ARPA funds. So my question is, are there some barriers or challenges that we would foresee not being able to accomplish this in next year's budget or closer to the mid-year of 2023? And or when would we lose the ability to use the funds as currently intended?
Alder, I think that might be for Matt Wachter or possibly Dave Schmidtke.
I'll start. Maybe Matt can jump in. So Alder Curry, the American Rescue Plan Act funds that are received through the state and local government fund, which is ultimately the source of these dollars, have to be obligated by the end of 2024 and then spent by the end of 2026.
Does that answer your question, Alder?
I guess if there are any anticipated challenges, considering that we're in 2021, passing the 2022 budget, that I just may not be aware of why this is presented to us at this time.
Matt, can you speak to that?
I mean, the only challenges we'd have to acquisition would be how long it takes to negotiate with Salvation Army, and really how long it takes to work through on their side an approval process, as well as any sort of lease back arrangement. But since we just did it with Carmenta, that's going to be challenging, but we have a template. I guess something could come up, but I think we do have a sort of a map going forward on what that would look like, and we're actively talking to Salvation Army about it.
Thank you. Yes, that adequately answers my question.
Thank you, Alder. No other Alders in the queue with Alder Foster questions?
Not a question, but I wanted to move the alternate called for some.
Okay, well, if you don't mind, Alder, we're not quite in discussion yet. So Alder Wahilehe, first, would you like to speak to your motion, and then Alder Foster will come to you for discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have heard from these organizations tonight, and hold on, let me just get it. Excuse me. So we have heard some emails, some testimonial from this organization. Mentoring Positive has worked in the Darbo neighborhood for over 17 years. Will and Becky Green have been boots on the ground in the Darbo Worthington Park neighborhood and have earned the trust of youth and adults who lived in there. Mentoring Positive has been part of the Darbo Joining Forces for Families, the City of Madison Neighborhood Resource Team, and many more. The African immigrants population in the city of Madison have been growing over the last many years. It's the only community that has no place to call home. As the population has grown, so has the need for these communities. So what's in front of us tonight is how we can help this organization come together and partner with each other and do the work that's really needed in the neighborhood. The ACCD has established some programs within the City of Madison in collaboration with the MMSD, Goodman Community Center, and many more. This partnership, Mentoring Positive, along with the African Center for Community Development, are dynamic partnership to truly engage this diverse neighborhood. With Darbo being a large community of African families, we have shared vision of being one-stop shop for services, programming, and support for all residents in the Darbo neighborhood. We believe funds in this proposal will help the vision for the Darbo Center. So one of the things I want to emphasize along with this, what I've said, is having the names in this proposal or the amendment will give ACCD and the Mentoring Positive the vision to continue their work, the planning to do their objectives and strategic vision for this neighborhood, but also the commitment in revitalizing this community the same way Will Green has done in the past. When you look at the Darbo, we always think about Will Green, and we need to look at his work along with the communities who are African immigrants in that neighborhood. We have arranged when you have a plan and you have the commitment and you have the vision, then you only can do more with what you have. We are already talking about having capital campaign. We have also established a design team who can just really design the center, how it looks like, the commercial kitchen, what's called both for the African Center and also for Darbo is library for the African community, the African library, and also the social entrepreneurship where Mentoring Positive has been doing the salsa sauces and all these things. So the African Center and the Mentoring Positive is in a collaborative way to make impact in the lives of those communities. I'm disappointed when we randomly select an organization, for example, of Salvation Army. But when it comes to Black organization or Black-led organization, there has to be a process. Black leaders in this community or Black-led organization don't need handouts. They need opportunities to make impact in the lives of those they serve. Black leaders or Black-led organization do not need overpowerment, but they need empowerment. So what I'm asking is, give the opportunity to these organizations. As the chair of the President Work Group of Racial and Social Justice, Equity, and Anti-Racism, I have had many conversations with Black leaders in Madison. And what they tell me, or what they have told me, is their organizations are not funded as much as their white counterparts in those organizations. So I want us to be very deliberate and intentional how we are looking and how we are funding organizations, particularly when they are led by African Black or people of color or marginalized communities. I am really disappointed with Alder Foster for bringing this substitute forward. He is not even the Alder yet, but he is bringing his control or empowerment, and he is not even talk to those organizations. One way to do is build relationship. One way is to create trust within those neighborhood, but nothing has been had or no conversation has been done. So I'm asking everyone to please support this amendment, not the substitute, because the difference is only having the name, and those organizations needs the commitment from you policymakers and decision makers within the city of Madison so they can do the work, and they don't need handout. They need opportunities. They know what to do and how to serve their communities, and they will be making a profound impact in the lives of those who they serve. So I hope you will support the the amendment and not the substitute that Alder Foster and others brought in without even having conversation with me or those organizations that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We're in discussion now. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move what's labeled as 4 sub.
Alder Foster moves the amendment 4 sub. Is there a second? Alder Figueroa Cole will second. All right, so the 4th substitute has been moved and seconded. That's now what's before us. Alder, I hope we don't have to do questions for staff again. Alder Foster, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I think a lot of you probably do know, Alder Warhelly kind of just mentioned, so this part of the city will be part of District 15 starting on January 1st. And I have a lot to learn. I've certainly lived close by and know a fair amount about the history, but I have a lot in front of me in terms of building relationships, learning a lot more about kind of where things are at. And I've started to do some of that work over the last few weeks and got a lot of work ahead of me. When I saw this amendment put forward, I was really confused on Friday. I have tried to talk with a number of folks, including Alder Warhelly this morning and staff, to try and get a better understanding of what's happening here. I'm still trying to sort out the differences between this and the Dream Project. And I think in reality, I think the folks that are involved are still trying to work out some of those details. I think it's most likely, and it's my hope, that neither of these amendments really matter, because assuming we can move forward with the purchase of the Salvation Army building, like we agreed to, voted on as a council, and as has been spoken to tonight, really accomplishes 2 important things. I'm really hopeful that that does move forward. I appreciated the intent of the amendment, that in case that doesn't happen for some reason, that it would make sure that this money that was originally allocated for those 2 purposes to help move forward with the homeless shelter project and to secure this site and this building for community use in the Darbo neighborhood. I was comfortable with, and I am comfortable with, and I fully support making sure that these $2.5 million, this investment does stay in this neighborhood. To me, without all the details, without knowing exactly how that's going to play out, that's something that I can absolutely support, and I can support the intent there. The alternate that is in front of us right now essentially accepts all of the language within here, but it does take out the 2 names of the 2 organizations, because I feel it's completely inappropriate in a budget amendment with essentially no information for us to earmark $2.5 million to 2 organizations without a specific proposal. I am comfortable earmarking those funds for this neighborhood, And I hope that all of you would join in supporting, making sure we do invest in this neighborhood. And I fully expect that many or all of the organizations that were mentioned in the discussion already are a part of whatever this turns out to be. I'm really excited about it. I think many people are really excited about it. I think there's all kinds of possibility in front of us. But I think it would be foolish for us to choose two of the organizations that have been working to build something here and put that in this amendment when we don't really know what's happening. We don't know how things are going to play out. So that's the rationale for me putting forward this alternate, is trying to support the vision to keep this work moving forward, investment in this community, which is definitely needed, but to not do what I think is inappropriate, which is take two organizations, put them in such a huge $2.5 million investment with no RFP and really no details as to what this is actually going to be. So that's what I put forward. I do ask for support on this. I think it is important that, again, hopefully the original proposal moves forward. We purchase the Salvation Army building and really all of this doesn't really matter. But if for some reason that doesn't happen, I do hope that my colleagues support making sure that we do keep this $2.5 million investment in this neighborhood. And I really look forward to working collaboratively with all those partner organizations, with city staff, to come up with a project that's really going to serve the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have a number of alders in the queue now. Alder Carter. Discussion on the substitute. What is labeled as a substitute, which really is technically an alternate.
Yes, I was just wondering if this was what we're looking at now is the substitute. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you are looking at the substitute.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Evers, discussion on the substitute.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Alder Foster that it's not so much that he hopes that, he mentioned something to the effect that he hopes that neither one of these are necessary because this will go through. I think it's more accurate to say it's very unlikely that either of these will be necessary because staff has already indicated that this purchase of the Salvation Army site parcel very likely will go through. But I do want to say that in general, I think making amendments based on the hypothetical for something in a future budget year is unwise. And it's particularly unwise to then do a carve out in the midst of that. You know, I'm a big fan of the Mentoring Positives and Justin and the other organizations involved, the whole Darbo Dream concept. But this is not the way to fund it in some kind of hypothetical sense. There is a process to go about funding that neighborhood, the Darbo Dream, the collaborative effort that's taking place there. But this is not the way. I would encourage us to work on the 2022 budget, which is what we're challenged to do here. I'll support the substitute because I think what the substitute does is it simply underscores the current policy of city staff. And it's clear that we intend to make an investment in this community, and we're going to move forward to do that one way or another. And therefore, I support it, but I do think it's somewhat redundant. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Abbas.
Thank you. I saw Alder Benford hand raised. I would like to hear from Alder Benford, and then I will come after him as one of his co-sponsors. So I saw his hand was raised. Now he's bottom of the queue. But if nobody have any objection, I would like to hear from him because I know he worked in this neighborhood. He spent years working in Darbo and serving communities. So I think it would be very important to hear his opinion, if that's okay.
Okay, President. Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Wahili.
Madam Mayor, that was
I thought he is supposed to.
No, Alder, you can take yourself out of the queue and put yourself back in, but you can't change the order of the queue.
I am not changing the order. I requested, if it's okay with the body, can we please get comment from Alder Benford?
Alder, I don't think that motion is appropriate.
Can I talk to Attorney Harris, please?
Alder, are you appealing my ruling as chair?
Yes, I do, because I don't know, you're saying this motion is not appropriate. I want to get opinion from Attorney Harris on that.
Alder, you have 4 other alders in the queue.
I did a request if it's okay with the body, and you're not allowing to ask the body at least. If the body say no, that's okay. You are just saying your decision, no.
No, I think it's not an appropriate motion to change the order of the queue. If you want to appeal that
Yes.
ruling from the chair, then we can turn to Attorney Haas for his
Yes,
opinion.
could we please turn to Attorney Haas then?
So could you just restate the question? Is it whether or not the body can allow an alder to go out of order?
Yes.
Attorney Haas, President Abbas has asked to shift the order of the queue. In my opinion, that's not an appropriate motion. We have a number of alders that have been waiting. If President Abbas wishes to hear another alder speak first, he's welcome to drop out of the queue and come back in.
Can I speak, please?
Go ahead, President Abbas.
Appreciate that. Attorney Haas, I saw Alder Benford hand was raised, and then his hand was down, so he went under end of the queue. As one of the co-sponsors with Alder Wahili, I was requesting the body if it's okay to hear from Alder Benford. That was my request. I know we're living in a virtual world and there's a lot of new ones, but you heard the mayor is not really, addressing to my request. So I want to know your legal opinion. Is that okay to request the council? And if council deny the request, that's fine, but at least I have an opportunity to request that.
Well, there's a couple of questions that come to mind. I mean, is this a rule that would have to be suspended? And if so, what does that lead to as far as, the process for discussion going forward? If alders can pick and choose, what the order is other than going in the order that the hands were raised, which is the custom of the body. I think that, ultimately, I think the council can decide to essentially change its rules. Without really researching it, to me, is it an appeal of the chair or is it a suspension of the rules? I guess the most conservative route is to say that it would be, what is the request here? Is it a request to suspend the rules? And I think that's probably the most conservative approach, is to say you're suspending the rule which is in place. And, it's, that would be my call right now without really having a chance to research it more.
A point of order.
Point of order, Alder Harrington McKinney.
A point of order is for tonight's session, we have had alders request that they were in the queue and they have requested to let another alder speak and going in the bottom of the queue. And so I'm a bit confused as to why we're discussing this now.
Alder Harrington McKinney, that's my suggestion, that President Abbas could put himself at the back of the queue and wait to hear other alders speak. That's not what he's asking for. So I think what I hear from Attorney Haas is that in order to change this portion of Robert's rules, which we collectively have adopted as our operating procedure, that we'd need to vote to suspend the rule, which would require a motion. I will indicate also that we have 14 minutes before we have to vote by 2/3 to continue to meet. So I'm not frankly sure that this is worth discussing, given the number of alders that are still in the queue to speak.
All right. Looking at the time constraint, I do think so. Moving in virtual world, perhaps I will work with Attorney Haas on some sort of solution in future in those type of scenarios. So I will respect the time, and I will lower my hand, let it go forward with Alder Benford, and hope other alders let him speak.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Wahilahe for the for the first time on the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing I want to express is when we are thinking that this amendment doesn't have a plan and doesn't have, it's more like hypothetical. I want to bring to the body that when we gave money to Salvation Army, it was hypothetical that they might or will sell their building, and that money will go towards their capital campaign. So when we say such an organization is hypothetical and the other organization is hypothetical, we have to have consistency. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Wahilahe. Alder Curry on the substitute.
Oh my goodness, I think I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No worries, Alder Curry. Alder Bennett on the substitute.
I'll wait. Actually, I'll lower my hand so Alder Benford can go first.
Thank you, Alder Bennett. Alder Benford on the substitute.
Thank you, Mayor. So my kids tell me never let a boomer around technology, and I'm sorry for lowering my hand and causing us this delay. Truth be told, I wanted to change the skin color on my hands. So, so thank you, President Abbas. And wow, yeah, I spent a lot of time out there, and until January, I am the alder. But I'm not mad at any of my colleagues for putting this forward. But one thing I need to point out, and once again, I know I sound like the old man, like I've worked everywhere, haven't I? And I've been around this town for a long time, but this is really, really close to my heart. And let me tell you why I won't be supporting this 4 sub, because I think it really is important. And Mayor, you gave me solace when you talked about the conversations that you've had with Mentoring Positives, Will Green, and written here in the analysis is that the city will give priority. Oh, don't move the screen. Go back. Okay, so the city will give priority to uses by organizations that have established relationships with, and you all can read the rest, or experience serving residents. There's no organization more than Mentoring Positives. So I don't want to duck around that. I don't want to skirt that. We do set the precedent with, the old adage, build it and they will come. Well, I've seen a lot of changes, and my heart is really full, even though this is a late night and this appears to be somewhat contentious, but my heart is super full that we are talking about Darbo Worthington. It's one of the pockets of poverty within our city, and for far too long, it's been neglected for many reasons. I'm not here to point fingers or assign blame or guilt, but I want to tell you that with the original, the 4 alternate that lists the Center for African Economic Development and Mentoring Positives, these folks have been doing the hard Mentoring Positives specifically, and I heard the tremendous need for the center. But here we're talking about a collaboration. And, you know, I think it's getting confused with the Darble Dream, and that looks like that's funding sources from other areas with the assumption that we would contribute to that. But Darble needs all the help that it can get. It really does. So the fact that we have these agencies that have already set the precedent to collaborate here, I don't find a problem saying that whatever happens, and I commend you, Mayor and city staff, the notion, I don't want to say kill two birds, that's not PC over here, but the fact that we are having, we can accomplish two things, I think that's commendable. So whatever happens, if there's a delay or anything else, Mentoring Positives has been around for a long time, and the demonstrated need for the African Center for Economic Development. And along with the synergy, the potential synergy, we're not talking about the Darble Dream now. They're not before us now, but the two entities that's before us, I don't have a problem listing them, being clear of our commitment to support them, because believe it or not, I know a lot of you folks that maybe haven't worked out at Darble or within nonprofits or things like that. This is amazing that they have been working so hard. They're planning. So this isn't willy-nilly. This isn't, well, okay, we did this now. They're going to figure it out. They've already been doing great deeds in that community. For me, this rewards their efforts and signals hope to them, and more importantly, to the residents of Darble Worthington. So once again, I don't necessarily have a problem with this if I didn't intimately know the great work of Mentoring Positives, but I do, so I won't be supporting this. And once again, sorry for blocking anyone's shot. I know we're going to vote in 7 minutes here, but I appreciate having an opportunity to share my insights and, more importantly, what's in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Benford. President Abbas.
Yeah, as we have 7 minutes left, and as I heard from the Alder of the district and his views, totally respect that. I will ask for call of question, keeping the time in mind. It's 7 minutes left.
We have one other Alder in the queue. Is there any objection to capping the queue at Alder Bennett and being done?
That's okay.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Bennett, last word.
Okay, it's all on me, and Brian went first. So I guess I just have a couple of thoughts. One on like the hypotheticalness of this matter. The city has been in conversation with the Salvation Army for several years. As Mayor Satya and city staff pointed out, there's even articles pointing back to what the Salvation Army is going to do with this site dating back to 2019. If you aren't privy to that, I suggest looking it up. So we've been in conversation with this for so long, and we have this money earmarked specifically to meet the needs of COVID-19. That is what ARPA funds are for meeting the needs of COVID-19 related issues. One of those issues being homelessness issues, affordable housing issues, which are major issues that we're facing. And if we're going to talk about equity concerns, let's talk about the equity concerns of not supporting that mission. And on the note of equity, I guess I feel like there's this subliminal narrative that if you don't support Mentoring Positives or the African Center, or if you don't support this amendment, then you're not supporting either of those organizations. And I want to make it clear that I do, and I'd be happy to support these organizations. However, what previous alders said before, it is sort of hypothetical right now. We're talking a year and a half out from now. We're talking about a project, a proposal that we haven't seen yet, that we that there isn't specific plans for that we haven't seen, at least as a council. So why earmark those funds all the way out to then for ARPA funds that are supposed to be attacking COVID-19 related issues? And that's overall my thing, not only with the amendment, not only with the substitute, just overall. Going back to the question, why now? Why not in 2023? I think that it's premature. And I'd be happy to support it. You know, if there was a project that we had in front of us. I personally have plenty of organizations within my neighborhood, and I'm sure all of us alders have organizations within our neighborhoods that we'd love to support and are worthy of these funds. And that process and allocating those funds should go through that process of like actually having a set proposal set in front of us that we can earmark those funds to. So, yeah, I think it's overall a bit premature. And thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on amendment number 4 that's labeled sub. I'm going to anticipate a request for a roll call, but let me just be clear. We're voting on the amendment number 4 substitute language sponsored by Alders Foster, Figueroa, Cole, and Heck. If the ayes have it on this vote, we're done with amendment 4 and we're moving on. If the nays have it, we go back to the amendment 4 alternate that was sponsored by Alder Wahilahe, and we will need to vote on that. So all on amendment 4 sub, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Curry.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk. Alder Conklin has a question.
I did. I'm sorry. Could you just repeat that one more time about on the 4 sub that's up here right now?
Right. So that's what we're voting on right now. So if you want this language adopted, for sub, you vote aye.
Okay.
If you don't want it adopted, you vote nay.
Okay, thank you.
And now the clerk will call the roll.
Yes.
Alder Curry.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Halverson.
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
No. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Limmer.
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Martin.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Mayadzi.
No.
No. Alder Rivera.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Vidavir.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Wahilahe.
No.
No. President Abbas.
No.
No. Alder Alborez.
No.
No. Alder Benford.
No.
No. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Carter.
No.
No. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Aye. Madam Mayor, I have 12 ayes and 8 noes.
Thank you. With 12 ayes and 8 noes, the amendment 4 sub passes. And ladies and gentlethems, we are at midnight on the dot. So at this point in time, I would entertain a resolution, a motion. You could make a motion to continue our meeting Or you could make a motion to recess our meeting until tomorrow night. Alder Conklin would like to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion to recess until tomorrow night, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to recess until tomorrow night at 5:30 p.m. Same bat channel. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of that recess? Alder Bennett?
Yes, let's vote now on this matter so that we can go ahead. And because we've already been talking about it. So let's
Alder Bennett, we did vote on item 4. That's it. We're done with Amendment 4.
Okay, bye.
All right, seeing no further objection, we are recessed until tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your evenings or mornings.